Your Excellencies, moderators, speakers, panelists, and distinguished participants. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good afternoon to everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Malaysia-Australia Dialogue Series on Combating Marine Plastic Pollution 2022, with the second dialogue today focusing on waste handling, materials recovery, and advanced recycling for a circular plastic economy. This program is jointly organized by the University of Queensland and the Maritime Institute of Malaysia, MIMA, and supported by the Australian Government and the Ministry of Environment and Water, CASA, Malaysia. We are happy to showcase the recorded welcoming remark from Dr. Sabirin Jaafar, the Director General of the Maritime Institute of Malaysia, MIMA.
Ms. Hannah Birdsey, Deputy Head of Mission, Australian High Commission, Kuala Lumpur, Professor Vicky Chen, Executive Dean, Faculty of Engineering, Architecture and Information Technology, University of Queensland, Australia, Mr. Jamulail Abu Bakar, Under Secretary, Environment Management Division of the Ministry of Environment and Water, or CASA, distinguished speakers and participants. Ladies and gentlemen, as part of this Malaysia-Australia Dialogue Series on Combating Marine Plastic Pollution 2022, we successfully conducted the first dialogue last month focusing on harmonizing marine plastic monitoring. I have the pleasure to welcome you again to this second dialogue with the theme Waste Handling, Materials Recovery and Advanced Recycling for a Circular Plastics Economy. We are indeed delighted to continue our collaboration with the Australian Government and our counterpart, the University of Queensland, Australia, to organize these engagements. MIMA also appreciates the continuous support from the National Focal Ministry of Environment and Water, or CASA. And to all of you joining us today, thank you for your participation. Ladies and gentlemen, this is part of our endeavor to provide a platform and the opportunity for stakeholders across the plastic ecosystem to discuss and share best practices and lessons, as well as to establishing cooperation in finding solutions to the marine plastic pollution issue at large. From our previous engagement at Dialogue 1 last month, we gathered comprehensive responses from the experts and participants on tackling the issue through the strengthening of baseline information and data to support management. The forum also highlighted the status, gaps, and needs in streamlining monitoring mechanisms at the national and regional levels to address the issue. The meeting reinforced the need for collaborative engagements between countries in the region as the way forward to address the marine plastic pollution problem. Ladies and gentlemen, the accumulation of plastic waste in the marine ecosystem is growing rapidly with the increase of plastic production and consumption patterns, particularly single-use plastic, as well as unsustainable plastic waste management practices. Land-based sources are recognized as the main contributor, which is up to 80% of total marine debris of pollutions. Marine plastic pollution has become an issue of global importance with numerous engagements towards finding solutions to tackle it. In addition, fast emerging economies such as those in this region are recognized to be among the major contributors to marine plastic pollution due to gaps in waste management laws, government structures, reinforced resources, capacities and capabilities, as well as infrastructure to keep up with the demand. Due to the weakness in sustainable plastic waste management, littering, open burning, and unmanaged disposal of plastic waste are prevalent in low and middle income countries, and these practices have contributed significantly to the cost associated with environmental pollution, public health, and the economy. Ladies and gentlemen, in the Malaysian context, we aspire towards a sustainable and viable plastics recycling industry. A clean, vibrant, and healthy plastic recycling industry would be a new engine of growth for employment and a dynamic export sector. To turn waste into wealth, the right policies and investment frameworks must be put in place. MIMA, through our collaboration with CASA, therefore included a priority pillar on technological advancement in the National Marine Litter Policy and Action Plan 2021 to 2030 to address these needs at the national level. Moving to a plastic circular economy holds promise for the Malaysian economy, ensuring that resources are pumped back into productive use, cutting waste and reducing the level of ever-increasing extraction of finite resources will contribute to Malaysia's economic resilience and competitiveness. By decoupling economic growth from resources use and impact, a plastic circular economy initiative will drive the nation towards sustainable economic growth. Ladies and gentlemen, I envisage that this virtual gathering would provide a good platform and promote encouraging exchanges towards establishing practical and effective mitigating measures and tackling marine plastic pollution. It is hoped that the deliberation from experts and all of you throughout these 2 days will highlight best practices and a feasible way forward on waste handling practices, materials recovery, and advanced recycling plans in place. With that, I thank you again and look forward to the volume and breadth of the deliberations. Thank you. Salam sejahtera.
Thank you so much. And now we are honored to welcome Professor Vicky Chen, the Executive Dean of Faculty of Engineering, Architecture, and Information Technology of the University of Queensland to deliver her welcoming remarks. Over to you, Professor Vicky.
Thank you so much. Greetings, Ms. Claire Gatehouse, Councillor High Commission to Malaysia, the Honorable Jamalul bin Abdul Bakar, Undersecretary, Ministry of Environment and Water, Datuk Dr. Sabrini bin Jafar, Director General, Maritime Institute of Malaysia, distinguished speakers and participants. Selamat petang semua. Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of the University of Queensland, it's my pleasure to welcome you to this workshop, the second in Malaysia-Australia Dialogue Series on combating marine plastic pollution. There are 3 ages of materials recognized in human history: the Stone Age, the Bronze Age, and the Iron Age. These represent human progress in technology and materials, so it's no surprise if future historians refer to our times as the age of plastics. Plastic is truly a wonderful material. It's incredibly versatile, incredibly cheap to produce. It's so inexpensive to produce that we have no hesitation in disposing of it when it's finished its purpose. But poor waste management, inadequate recycling of materials, and an entrenched linear economy mean that we're creating a huge environmental, social, and economic problems from this wonder material. Our keynote speaker today, Mr. Kieran Kelly, will graphically highlight some of these issues. But changing the structure and rules of our current linear economy to create a circular economy where the economic value of materials is retained will be critical in addressing some of these critical problems. We know that 95% of the aggregate value of single-use plastic packaging is lost to the economy when it's thrown away. It's a loss of $80 to $120 billion US from the global economy annually. This material loss is over $1 billion to the Malaysian economy each year. It's also loss of the energy equivalent of more than 3 million barrels of oil per year from residual and non-recyclable plastics. Australia itself loses over 300 million from its economy each year, simply not recovering PET and high-density polyethylene plastics. So creating a circular economy requires 5 things: that we change the rules regarding plastic production and plastic waste disposal, that we design our waste from our products and packaging where possible, and that we shift social behavior away from use once and throw away. That means we have to recover and retain end-of-use plastics, and that we have the means to convert all end-of-use plastics to suitable feedstock for reuse in the economy. So over the next 2 days, Australian and Malaysian experts will be sharing information about the last 2 of those: waste handling, material recovery, and advanced plastics recycling. We intend that this workshop highlights the rich opportunities for Australia and Malaysia to cooperate and collaborate in these areas to address the maritime plastic pollution and create a sustainable circular economy. This workshop is a result of a collaborative partnership between the University of Queensland and the Maritime Institute of Malaysia, supported by the Australian and Malaysian government. We thank you, Your Excellency, Honourable Undersecretary, Director General, and recognize the continued and growing partnerships between our 2 countries. So once again, on behalf of the University of Queensland, I welcome you all to this workshop and hope that your discussions are profitable. Terima kasih banyak. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. We are now delighted to invite Ms. Claire Gatehouse, the Counselor, Politics and Economy at the Australian High Commission in Kuala Lumpur, to deliver her opening speech. The floor is yours, Ms. Claire.
Thank you, Moderator. Datuk Sabarin Jaafar, Director General, Maritime Institute of Malaysia, Professor Vicky Chen, Executive Dean, Faculty of Engineering, Architecture and Information Technology, University of Queensland, Mr. Jamaluddin Abu Bakar, Under-Secretary Environment Management, Ministry of Environment and Water of Malaysia, expert speakers from Australia, Malaysia and the wider region, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great pleasure to join you for the commencement of the 2nd workshop in the Malaysia-Australia Dialogue Series on combating marine plastic pollution. On behalf of the Australian Government and the Australian High Commission in Kuala Lumpur, I'm delighted to be supporting this important work and pleased to see so many people online today. Thank you to the Maritime Institute of Malaysia, the University of Queensland, and the Malaysian Ministry of Environment and Water for bringing us all together and for curating an impressive lineup of speakers. The marine plastics challenge is one of the most complex yet most urgent environmental issues globally. We touched on the figures in the workshop last month, which are difficult to truly comprehend. But by some counts, over 10 million metric tonnes of plastic waste enter our oceans every year, and this is projected to increase in the decades ahead. But while those figures might be hard to visualise, marine plastic pollution is also a challenge that is very visible and very familiar to individuals, communities and businesses in 2 maritime nations like Australia and Malaysia. It impacts not only the environment, but on our economies and those who rely on our oceans and waterways for their livelihoods, including in key industries like fishing and tourism. Of course, we are still working to better understand the problem, and participants in the first workshop last month were able to get a sense of the different stakeholders and strategies working to monitor and understand this challenge. Today's workshop will be more targeted at the solution, or more accurately at one element of what will need to be a multifaceted, multi-sectoral solution. Given 80% or more of the plastic that finds its way into our oceans has terrestrial origins, stopping plastic from reaching our waterways in the first place needs to be part of our response. We can make great strides by improving the way we collect, sort and manage waste and transitioning to a genuinely circular plastics economy. Marine plastics is a truly transnational problem and solutions can only be found through cooperation. By sharing expertise and experience across national boundaries, we can accelerate our collective progress. Australia and Malaysia are committed to treating marine plastic pollution as a shared challenge and working together to address this problem. When Australia and Malaysia's Prime Ministers signed a comprehensive strategic partnership in January 2021, elevating our bilateral relationship to the top tier of our partnerships, they made a commitment to take action to tackle marine plastic debris. That commitment lies behind our support for this important collaboration between the University of Queensland and the Maritime Institute of Malaysia. I'm so pleased to see such a wide range of experts from across the region taking part today and sharing that commitment to action. I hope today's session will help move us closer to achieving a circular plastics economy and keeping harmful plastics away from our oceans. Thanks again to the Government of Malaysia, the Maritime Institute of Malaysia and the University of Queensland for their work to bring this workshop together. Particular thanks go to Ms. Cheryl Rita Kaur from MEMA and Dr. Craig Miller from UQ for their work delivering today's workshop. And thanks again to all taking part from Australia, Malaysia, and across the region. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much, Ms. Claire, for your opening speech. And now I would like to invite Mr. Jamalullah Abu Bakar, the Undersecretary of Environment Management Division, Ministry of Environment and Water, CASA, to deliver his opening speech.
Yang berbahagia Datuk Dr. Sabirin Jaafar, Director General of Maritime Institute of Malaysia, MEMA, Professor Vicky Chen, Executive Dean, Faculty of Engineering, Architecture and Information Technology, University of Queensland, Ms. Hannah Birdsey, Deputy Head of Mission, Australian High Commission to Malaysia, Your Excellencies, distinguished speakers and participants, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh, and a very good morning. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the second dialogue under the Malaysian-Australia Dialogue Series on Combating Marine Plastic 2022, focusing on waste handling, material recovery, and advanced recycling. I'm honored today to represent the Ministry of Environment and Water as the focal ministry in Malaysia on addressing the important area. CASA is committed to give our fullest support to related efforts and engagement with the stakeholders and experts working on tackling the issues toward effective implementation of the adopted national policies, strategies, and action plans, as well as considering best approaches and initiatives in tackling the issue at the different levels. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, climate change, air pollution, biodiversity loss, freshwater depletion, land use change, and exposure to toxic chemicals under the concept of planetary health has become the world's most pressing human health and environmental concern. Plastic constitutes the third highest waste source globally, with the total volume of plastic waste growing in line with the increase in population and per capita consumption patterns. Being a fast developing country with over 32 million population, Malaysia is not spared from related challenges of managing waste from the urban, rural, and island areas, while addressing associated environmental and economic concern to drive sustainability. Ladies and gentlemen, Malaysia is therefore actively involved in tackling the problem through efforts at the regional, national, and local levels on addressing the overall generation of plastic waste, as well as the consumption of single-use plastic. The government is putting in the resources to tackle plastic waste pollution, including through the National Roadmap towards Zero Single-Use Plastics 2018-2030 as a guiding action plan to create a more sustainable pathway towards a cleaner and healthier environment. This roadmap aims to provide the policy direction to all stakeholders, including the state governments, industrial players, civil society, and consumers, in taking a unified and collective approach to eliminate single-use plastics such as plastic straws and plastic bags by 2030. Alongside the policy, CASA also initiated the Malaysia Plastic Sustainability Roadmap 2021-2030, which projects to sustainably address plastic pollution through the harmonizing of actions along the plastic value chain in the country, as well as to provide guidance and promote sustainable business practices in ensuring plastic circularity and sustainability. In line with the government's circular economy and sustainability agenda in the 12th Malaysia Plan 2021-2025, this roadmap demonstrates the country's initiative to shift the plastic economy to a circular one and offer new ways to mitigate emerging risks and allow innovation. In order to improve the efficiency of the national recycling industry, the roadmap also sets out the way forward to build capacity and adopt new technologies for plastic materials reprocessing to achieve higher recovery rates and the manufacturing of recycled products to establish an effective systemic loop supply chain in the country. The government remains committed to involve in the development of advanced recycling, as it is one of the most potential areas to be explored in enhancing the effectiveness of the recycling industry. Through the various actions and efforts undertaken, we are indeed committed to tackle the issue in a comprehensive, integrated and driven manner, not just to support national endeavors, but also to be in line with global and regional efforts on the area. Ladies and gentlemen, I am confident that the insights, knowledge and views from the industry players and experts, as well as sharing of best practices and experiences from Malaysia, Australia and the region will help in shaping further and streamlining actions on bolstering waste handling, material recovery, and advanced recycling for a better circular plastics economy in Malaysia. With that, thank you so much, and I wish you all a fruitful discussion. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much to CASA for the opening. We are indeed delighted to have CASA as the National Focal Ministry in support to this endeavor. We now invite all of our guests, speakers, and panelists for a group photo. If you don't mind, please turn on your video. And smile at the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Once again, at the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Perfect. Thank you, everyone. With that, we will now move on to the keynote address by Mr. Kiran Kelly, CEO at Ocean Integrity Indonesia. Mr. Kiran will speak on from global fishermen to harvesting marine plastic in Asian waters. As brief introduction, Mr. Kiran grew up in the 4th generation of a fishing family in the southeast of Ireland. His family immigrated to US when it became clear that massive overfishing and pollution were affecting fish stocks in Irish waters. He continued to fish in the oceans of the world as a commercial fishing captain, becoming increasingly concerned about the amount of plastic he was observing and the declining health of the ocean. While fishing in the Bering Sea, he decided that he had to do something about this pollution, so he formed Rio and invested his own resources into coming up with a solution, which has included empowering local indigenous fishing villages to collect ocean plastic for recycling. He now lives in Tangerang, Indonesia. Without further ado, we look forward to hearing his story today. Over to you, Mr. Kiran.
Good morning, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, thank you very much, Craig, for letting me join this today. Thank you very much for all the previous speakers, and again for the Australian government, the University of Melbourne, and for the Malaysian government for the honour to be able to speak here today. Again, a little bit about my background. I grew up on the southeast coast of Ireland, a small little Viking village called Helvig. My people going back for hundreds of years used to harvest seafood. My family harvests seafood actually all over the world. I came from one of the oldest fishing families, I guess, like on the island of Ireland. I followed in my family's footsteps, and I went and did my captain's license as a young man, just getting out of school. Shortly after that, I guess, like, you know, there I ended up like on the ocean, like multiple generations prior to that. One of the things I saw in the very first years was the abundance of fish in our waters. And of course, I started to see stocks decline quickly, I guess, over the years. A massive foreign fleet that operated in our waters. That foreign fleet decimated our fishing stocks. Within 8 to 10 years, I made a decision to emigrate to the United States. And after emigrating to the United States, I opened up my first commercial fishing company on the East Coast of the United States in Gloucester, Massachusetts. Shortly after that, I opened my second company a few years later. And I had companies on the East and West Coast of the United States. And then I opened up some companies down through Central and South America. One of the things I noticed in Ireland, which I thought was unique to Ireland, was the problem of marine plastic. Problems with plastic waste that we would see when we were carrying out our fishing operations, I guess, around Europe. But one thing, again, like, you know, that I saw in the United States was the same thing. It was actually a lot worse. I saw the increase, I guess, like, you know, plastic waste become a massive problem. And I started to become more and more vocal about the industry that I loved, the industry I grew up in, but also the problems there within the industry. Plastic itself, I guess, you know, people ask me, how did I get from becoming a commercial fishing captain that had commercial fishing vessels that used to harvest hundreds of thousands of tons of seafood to become an environmentalist. And I guess the straw that broke the camel's back for me was fishing up in the Bering Sea in the middle of winter and to see plastic waste all the way north up in the Arctic Circle in areas we'd never fished before, areas that were virgin fishing grounds. But to see plastic waste, so much of it, absolutely shocked me. In the daytime, for the few hours of daylight, you'd see, you know, nothing, maybe the odd boat to the south of us, but just plastic. Plastic was everywhere. But what surprised me is where the origins of the plastics out of Russia, plastics out of Asia, and plastic that was after traveling halfway around the world. That night, I remember calling home and saying that I was going to walk away from the industry because of my concerns. It was clear at that stage something really had to be done. The digestive tracts of fish that we were catching and cleaning inside the factories of the vessels that I had were full of plastic. So after that, of course, I got rid of the companies and looked at ways to tackle marine plastic, but do it in a way that makes sense. I started looking at the environmental space and the problems within the environmental space, the amount of money that was being spent and nothing being done absolutely shocked me. And the more I looked at it, the more frustrated I got regarding, again, this problem. Shortly after putting the company together, we were going targeting plastic waste on the backside of hurricanes that would run through the Caribbean and also, I guess, like, you know, crash into the southern states of the United States and tuck in behind these hurricanes and clean up the plastic waste from the backwash from these storms. That was the initial idea, I guess, behind the company. But shortly after that, we were asked, would we look at the problems of plastic waste in India? And I guess the rest was history after that. We operate in the moment in 14 different countries. We're adding a couple of more countries to the list. We hope to get Pakistan online within the next couple of weeks. And again, another one country there in Africa we're not sure about yet, but hopefully we can get them on board as well. The way we look at plastic, we look at it in a very, very different way. We look at it at a way like to truly empower people, I guess, around the world. And not just a hashtag, but actually make a difference. Plastic waste, of course, has been, the problem of it, I guess, like, marine plastic has been growing globally all the time. The plastic we collect, we separate, and we try and identify the source of the plastic. And one thing we see globally, again, is, I guess, similar numbers. We see 95 to 98% of the plastic coming as household waste. The number, I guess, would be slightly higher than that, but the vast majority of factories in the developing economies actually burn their plastic in the backs of the factories. So we don't see a lot of industrial plastic, but household waste, of course, is a massive, massive problem. The collections of that plastic and the way we operate, we always operate with, I go back to my roots, go back to the fishing industry, the industry I grew up in, the industry I understand, and of course, the people that understand. The one thing that I always speak about, and that is, again, the problems that the environmental world has caused. The environmental world causes more problems than solutions often, which is very frustrating to watch. The problems of greenwashing within the environmental space is on steroids at the moment. And of course, that just creates another problem. Speaking to people with Greenpeace and WWF, again, like, about the problems with greenwashing and the claims that are being made by environmental companies, they all agree it's a brutal problem. But again, nobody is willing to actually address the problem, which is, again, very, very frustrating. We need to come together, I guess, globally to look at plastic waste, how we're going to handle plastic waste and remove plastic waste. There's multiple ways, like, that we have to do that. The plastic waste, again, that you'll see on the beach, of course, is a problem plastic. But overall, like, that's not the biggest problem that we face. The plastic that's lying on our ocean floors, you see it in the Java Sea. We pick up plastic in the Java Sea. We're picking up all kinds of plastic from Malaysia, of course, Indonesia. But we pick it up from Norway, Faroe Islands, Australia, countries all over the world. We pick up plastic. Plastic waste that has been exported into countries in Asia. And then shortly after that, the plastic making its way from a container to a river to the ocean. The plastic waste that's on the ocean floor is breaking down. The plastic waste, as it breaks down, it's creating this toxic soup in the water of microplastics and all different toxins that's attached to the plastics. If you take the north of Java and you look to the west of Jakarta, or just to the north of Jakarta, the ocean, the inshore waters there have been completely decimated with marine debris, with marine trash. The fish and the marine life that was in these waters have moved further offshore. The problem with that, the communities that have worked on the ocean, again, multiple generations like myself, those families, a lot of them are forced to leave. And they're forced to, again, head into, a major city. They're starting from scratch. Of course, that has massive implications, again, for the family. But plastic is causing all that, the plastic migration. The migrating people are being forced from their communities. Again, indigenous people have been forced out because of plastic. I think the global community can really help if we look at plastic in a very, very different way. Looking at, I saw with the European Union saying that they were going to make 100 cities carbon net zero by 2030. And again, the cities that they picked out are modern European cities. Some of them are extremely clean to begin with. To move the needle 1% inside these cities is going to cost billions of dollars for them to achieve their goals. If that same money was spent in countries like Malaysia and Indonesia and other countries around the world, we can move the needle globally several percent. That is something we have to do. The United Nations came out with some figures there lately about the actual damage that marine plastic is actually doing to the global economy. And the figures are staggering. For 1 ton of plastic that gets into our ocean, the damage that does to the global economy is between $3,000 and $33,000 for every ton of plastic that's entering into our ocean. A staggering number. The sheer volume, again, of plastic that we have in the ocean, very few people seem to understand. We have deniers within the plastic industry that the marine plastic even exists. The same deniers that, dismiss, climate change. There are north of Jakarta in places, there are up to 7 meters of plastic. There's in areas of the ocean floor. We look at that plastic again, by the retrieval of that plastic, looking at it, at how we can truly empower the people, and look at a way how we can actually collect that. The only way we can collect that is, again, with fishermen. Instead of alienating people that spend all their time on the ocean, embrace them. The environmental space has done a really, really good job on alienating themselves there from these communities. I see it in Africa, East or West Africa, where people we have collecting plastic. Again, one thing that they're terrified of the environmental space and the narrative, again, that the environmental world has and the way they paint them with that brush. The plastic waste, again, it comes from many, many sources. One of the things that we definitely have to do, we have to ban the importation of plastic into countries in the developing world. At the same time, open the gates for plastic to get exported from these countries to try and help the economy within these countries, and also find other solutions to recycle the plastic that's actually here. We in the West, we dumped millions of tons of plastic into these countries. And now we seem to think that we can walk away and we can let them deal with this problem, which is absolutely ludicrous. The microplastics and the problems with microplastics in our ocean is something, again, that is not really looked at. I guess the plastic itself in the ocean is not really looked at also. The plastic that's on the ocean floor, like I said, has to be collected, has to be cleaned. We can't leave it there. It's continued to break down. As it breaks down, of course, all marine life is being killed by that, including the plankton that's inside in our ocean. The University of Edinburgh, and again, some top scientists around the world, are saying at the moment that up to 1% of the plankton in our ocean is dying on a yearly basis because of plastic pollution. The microplastic that continues to break down into nanoplastics, this plastics, of course, is the plankton inside in our ocean sees it as a food source. And of course, it's eating that. And once that's happening, of course, these little particles of plastic are highly toxic, of course, and it is killing the plankton. I saw it myself back in Ireland, back in the south coast of Ireland, again, where there's a massive problem with microplastics. The ocean itself looks relatively clean, but the problems of microplastics there is a brutal problem. We saw entire biomasses of fish being displaced again by plastic, no different than what we see in the Java Sea. But we saw the same thing, happening in areas all over the world. You hear many one-liners, by 2050, there'll be more plastic in the ocean than fish. The sad thing about it, that's after happening already in many places around the world. Our governments, I guess, need to look at ways to combat microplastics. And again, like, there with our wastewater systems, we have to look at, again, through all the wastewater and all the industries as a whole, household as well as industrial facilities. If we lose our oceans, one thing that we all have to realize, we're one of the first people to go with that. We cannot survive without a healthy ocean. We can do whatever we like to try and combat climate change. If we don't have a healthy ocean, we don't stand a chance. Sweeping, I guess, dirt under the rug. We did that for long enough. Now it's a case of come up with real solutions, I guess, in collecting the plastic and plastic waste. Australia could have a massive role to play with the likes of Indonesia and of course, Malaysia. For Australia to become net zero and to do it by partnering with the likes of the Malaysian government is crucial. Again, to spend the money that Australia needs to spend to, I guess, achieve their targets. When you think about it, they can achieve a lot more by actually spending some of that money in a different location around the world. At the end of the day, we've only one planet. We've also only one race of people, and that's the human race. We can't think at this, and I guess, as a situation that we're going to take care of the problems, within our own borders. We have to look at the global problem here, and we have to work together to come up with real solutions regarding that. On that note, I'll hand over to the next speaker.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kiran, for that very informative presentation. We now invite Dr. Craig Miller, Research Manager Tackling Marine Plastic in Southeast Asia from University of Queensland, to set the scene, focusing on materials flows and potential intervention points in Malaysia plastic ecosystem. Dr. Craig, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Pak Aslam. I'm just checking that I've got all of my screens here. I will just go to share screen. Hang on, I cannot see my presentation coming up on share screen. Cheryl, are you able to plot my presentation? For some reason, I can't find it.
Sure, I'll do it now.
Thank you. Now, look, I feel somewhat embarrassed to follow Pak Kiran, because I'm sitting comfortably in an academic environment, whereas he is actually on the water and is seeing it and is really doing something about it. So thank you, Kiran, for setting that scene and for the work that you are doing, the actual work that you're doing on the ground to address this problem. There we go. Is it coming up? Can we share that? It's not coming up, Cheryl.
Not yet. I'm going to do it again.
Okay, that's all right.
If there's a bit of a buffer, can you see it now?
I can now, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so my role now is just to set the scene of this project. As I said, Kiran has done a fantastic job identifying the problems that we're facing, the scale of the problems that we're facing, and the fact that we actually need to do something about it. This workshop has come about as a consequence of the comprehensive strategic partnership that the Malaysian and Australian government signed in January 2021. Next slide, please, Cheryl. It's very slow moving. That's all right. As Ms. Claire from the High Commission identified, the agreement was to, or one of the agreements in that comprehensive partnership was to explore cooperation on marine plastics, waste management, and the development of a circular economy. The Department of Foreign Affairs, following this, commissioned the University of Queensland to look at the Malaysian plastics ecosystem, to identify potential leverage, or to set the scene, to identify what the issues were, to look at potential leverage points. Next slide, please, Cheryl. And to work out ways in which Australia could work with Malaysia to address this problem, particularly through collaboration and discussions. Secondarily, we were invited to work with MEMA, the Maritime Institute of Malaysia, to put some of these things into action. And as previously been identified in the introductory speakers, this is the second of 2 workshops in the dialogue series for this year. The first one being marine plastics monitoring, and this one being around waste management, materials handling, and advanced recycling. Now, the first thing that we did, so this was in the middle of COVID, so it was by necessity a desktop study. And of course, I will put all the qualifiers and conditions around a desktop study, that it is a fixed point in time. It is based on the information that we had available, and it may not be the whole picture. But what we did was we used a systems model, which you can see here on the screen, to conceptualize the flow of plastics throughout the Malaysian economy. And it's a stock and flow diagram. So the boxes are stocks where materials accumulate, and they can go up or down at any point in time due to the inputs or outputs at any point in time, and those are the arrows. So we essentially have virgin resins and going all the way through to plastic and landfill and back around through recycling, as you can see here on the screen. As I move along into the next few slides, I'll actually look at some of the key points in this model and some of the things that we identified as being issues. Okay, so plastics, the production of plastics is a huge part of the Malaysian economy, certainly more so than it is in Australia. Malaysia has a significant resource of fossil fuels, oil and gas, and it uses a portion of this to produce plastic resin. Some plastic resin, some virgin plastic resin is imported from countries such as China and Thailand, but the majority is made in Malaysia. And Malaysia also exports quite a significant amount of virgin resins. Can you just move one more, please, Cheryl? As a measure, hang on, I get back. Sorry. As an indicator of the scale of the 4 main plastics used in packaging, over 4 million tonnes of virgin resin were produced in 2019. That's a significant amount of resin. Now, there's a couple of issues here. One is that we're using fossil fuels to do this, and I think that the production of plastics at the moment contributes to about 6% of the carbon budget if we look at the use of fossil fuels. And by about 2050, that's likely to go up to about 20% of the carbon budget if we continue on the same level of plastics production. So it potentially, as well as having pollution issues, has potential climate change issues as well. Next slide, please. As part of Malaysia's strategy towards getting rid of single-use plastics, they've identified that they want to increase, the Malaysian government identified that they wanted to increase the amount of bioplastics that were being used for packaging, and that they wanted to phase out a lot of the single-use plastic bags and packaging that was made from fossil fuels. But when we looked at the bioplastics industry, we found that it was a very small part of the industry at this point in time. In fact, the largest company producing bioplastics in Malaysia is an Australian company, Seacos Group. And in 2019, 2020, they were doubling their capacity to produce bioplastic bags, but the majority of these were being exported. Now, there's 2 issues that I see with bioplastics. The first one is with respect to marine plastic pollution. No, just go back, sorry, Cheryl. 2 issues with respect to that. The first one is that some bioplastics have the same chemical composition and characteristics of fossil fuel-based plastics. So on the one hand, that means they can be recycled through mechanical recycling. but on the other hand, they can cause problems if, the same problems as fossil fuel-based plastics, if they end up in the ocean. The second thing is if the bioplastics are biodegradable and compostable, is that they then don't cause a problem in the oceans because they will break down pretty rapidly, but under current mechanical recycling, they can't be recycled. Now we will have some speakers tomorrow who will talk to advance recycling of plastics, which may mean that there's a solution to incorporating biodegradable plastics into the circular economy, because if they go to the oceans and biodegrade, they're not part of the circular economy. Next slide, thanks, Cheryl. Okay, our introductory speakers highlighted some of the key issues for Malaysia, and the biggest issue is around waste collection and what is done with it. In Malaysia, the government requires that plastics and recyclable plastics be source separated from municipal solid waste by contractors, but that doesn't happen to a large degree. Most of it goes to landfill, where it is commingled with other municipal solid waste. And in the rural areas, there's negligible solid waste collection, and a lot of it is either illegally dumped or just dumped and burnt, which it makes itself into the water bodies and into the oceans. Similarly, there is a leakage rate from landfills in Malaysia because they are poorly secured and are very leaky. And so again, a lot of plastics and material moves from these landfills into the water bodies and into the oceans. Thanks, Cheryl. Next. And the reality is that under current policies and current rates of flow of plastics and current production of plastics, the amount of plastic in the oceans will continue to accumulate exponentially. Next, please, Cheryl. Now, we did some modeling, a very, very simple model, where we looked at 20 years of growth in plastic production from 2010 to 2030, with a 3% growth per annum, which was the current growth of plastic commodity production at the time. And we also modeled the rate of plastics entering the waterways. And as you can see here, there's a very slight linear growth, 3% per annum of plastic commodity production, but the plastics accumulate exponentially in the oceans. So that we can't just tweak at the edges of this problem. We can't just drop a few percentage points of collection or recycling. In order to address the huge accumulation of these plastics, we need to operate at scale. Cheryl, next, please. Now, as identified earlier, the first workshop that we did was around harmonizing marine plastic monitoring. And this was done to address a strategic need identified by the Malaysian government. And I congratulate the government and MEMA for developing this strategy. It's a very, very good document. And our first workshop was to address that. And just been notified that the recording of that is now up on MEMA TV, the MEMA's YouTube channel. So if anybody wants to actually look at the presentations from that workshop, it's available now on MEMA TV. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, recycling. We'll just do one more clip, Cheryl. So Malaysia has a very significant recycling industry. In 2019, it had the capacity to produce 20% of Malaysia's plastic production needs. And so the capacity is there to do recycling within the industry. Next slide, next please, Cheryl. What we found was that despite requiring source separation of plastics from other waste and their movement into recycling, 99% of plastic for recycling in the domestic economy in Malaysia came from the informal sector. That is the waste pickers who go around the streets and in the landfills and collect PET bottles and HDPE and what have you, take it to aggregators, get a small amount of money for that, and then the aggregators send it off to the recyclers. Next, please, Cheryl. What we also found was that 70% of the plastic that is used for recycling in Malaysia is imported. Okay, nearly 3/4 of the plastic that gets recycled is imported. And this has come about because of the issues of guaranteeing the quantity and quality of supply from the domestic market. And it is something that I think one of our speakers later on today or tomorrow will be addressing the issue of how do we manage domestic and imported plastic in Malaysia. But that's a key issue. Next slide, please, Cheryl. Okay. The price of oil is a major driver of demand for recycled resins. Okay, we'll just go to the next slide too, please, Cheryl. So, thank you. The situation is that when the price of oil is above $70 a barrel, recycled resins become cost competitive with virgin plastic resins. When they're below $70 a barrel, they're not cost competitive. And if you can see on the graph on the right there that between 2014 and 2021, there was only one small period when it was above $70 a barrel and when the resins became cost competitive. During that time, a number of recycling capacities in Malaysia dropped out because they couldn't afford to continue. Fortunately, some of them were able to survive by supplying the international market. At the present point in time, there are no quotas for recycled content, or no regulatory quotas for recycled content within the domestic plastic economy in Malaysia. So there's those drivers don't exist, but certainly for the international market, companies are requiring a fraction or a proportion of recycled resins in their packaging, and so many of the Malaysian companies were able to survive economically by exporting recycled resins. And as we can see now, the price of plastic of oil has just gone up, so it becomes cost competitive again. But a recycling business can't plan into the future based on that. So there needs to be another way of dealing with the fact that the price of oil is a major driver of demand. Next one, thanks, Cheryl. Okay, and the next one too. So basically, if we're going to look at creating a circular plastics economy and address the problem of marine plastics in the oceans, we need to do something pretty drastic, as our previous speaker Kieran said. We need to do something really drastic, and we need to do it at scale. We need to stop the movement of plastic litter at source from entering our waterways and entering the oceans, and that means that we need to address how we handle our waste, how we recycle our waste, how we scale up the amount of plastics that we're feeding through the plastic ecosystem. Next one, Cheryl. And also, if we're serious about climate change, we should be looking at the issue of the fact that we're using fossil fuels to produce our plastics and plastic resins, and that because it's cheap, the externalities are not costed. It continues to be a major player in our plastics industry. Next, please, Cheryl. No, back to the next one. So Malaysia's plastic sustainability roadmap talks about the desire for Malaysia to get to a circular plastics economy. And if we look at the model on the right, this is how we conceptualize that economy. We've got a plastics ecosystem that has bioplastics resin and recycled resin supplying all the plastic needs into the future. So there's no longer a need for virgin resins being produced from fossil fuels, and our plastics are not going into landfill. They're going straight at scale, at 100% scale, to be recycled and go back into the economy. Now, the roadmap is aspirational and identifies a number of steps, but the government has identified that there's a real need to work out how to do that. And some of our introductory speakers in the first session today said that Malaysia, is encouraging help, and the Comprehensive Strategic Partnership has said that the Australian government and Malaysian government will work together with our people and experts to address this. And I guess that leaves us where we are here today with the second workshop, that we are going to be talking to ways and means for creating a circular plastics economy, ways and means of improving our waste management and handling, and ways and means of rapidly scaling up and dramatically scaling up our plastics recycling. Thank you, Cheryl. I'll leave that there. Thank you, Pak Aslan.
Thank you, Dr. Craig. Fantastic presentation. We shall now move to the first session entitled Strategic and Policy Frameworks for a Circular Plastics Economy. Without wasting any time, we are pleased to present to you our first moderator, Ms. Shira Rita. She is the Research Fellow at the head of Center for the Straits of Malacca at MIMA. Ms. Cheryl, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Aslam, the MC, for this program. A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed speakers and participants. Thank you once again for joining us this afternoon. I do see that we're supposed to have 5 speakers for session 1 to focus on strategic and policy frameworks for a circular plastics economy. And we've heard from the opening, as well as the welcoming and opening speeches, as well as from Mr. Kieran, a very passionate coverage on the topic. And indeed, that's what we see happening on the ground, making it ever more crucial to address this issue, not just in Malaysia, but also at the regional level and global levels. As well as Dr. Craig has also set the scene for us to now move into the needs and picks of the actual essence of the discussions that we're going to be having today and tomorrow afternoon on addressing this issue through the technology lens, pretty much. Dr. Craig, if I can just mention to you to pull in Dr. Deborah and Mr. Mike in the meantime, as I introduce.
I will do that.
Yes, and I'll quickly give you a bit of a background to what we're trying to discuss at this particular session. So, ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned just now, we've heard that without any doubt now, plastic is an important material in our economy and our daily lives. However, too often the way plastics are currently produced, used, and discarded fails to capture the economic benefits of a more circular approach and harms the environment. There is an urgent need, therefore, to tackle the environmental problems that we are facing today. And the cast of a long shadow over the production, use, and consumption of plastics at large. The million tons of plastic litter that ends up in the oceans every year are one of the most visible and alarming signs of this problem, as also highlighted by Mr. Kelly earlier in his speech, causing growing global, regional, and national public concerns. Now, ladies and gentlemen, rethinking and improving the functioning of such a complex value chain requires efforts and greater cooperation by all its key players, from plastics producers to recyclers, retailers, and consumers. The plastic industry is indeed a very important sector to the economy, and it's increasing its the way we can increase its sustainability can bring in new opportunities for not just innovation, competitiveness, but also job creation in line with the objectives that we're pursuing at the national, regional, and global level through strategic and policy frameworks for a circular plastic economics. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's only suitable that we start off this whole workshop with the first session focusing on policy frameworks and so on, and action plans. As you've seen in the opening, there are a lot of effort on the ground through our own Malaysian national policies, and we've seen what Australian government is championing on addressing this issue as well. But now the bigger area is how do we move towards achieving the aspired targets and goals that we have set. And for that, we have now with us speakers from Malaysia and also from Australia to try to shed some light as to what are some of the experiences and lessons that we could probably emulate further and improve further in Malaysia as well as in the region on tackling this issue. With that as a background to this session, I'm going to just quickly check if Dr. Deborah is already in. We could probably just move on to the next speaker as we wait for Dr. Deborah to come in. We have with us Mr. Andrew. Thank you, Mr. Andrew, for joining us. I'm just going to quickly introduce you to Mr. Andrew. He is the Executive Director of the Office of Circular Economy at the Queensland Department of Environment and Science. Andrew has over 20 years of experience working in environmental management and regulation. He has held a range of positions, including as environmental officer, managerial as well as executive roles across service delivery, policy, and program delivery areas. Very apt and very suitable for the session this afternoon. With that, Mr. Andrew, I pass the floor to you. You've got 10 minutes to cover the topic developing and implementing Queensland Waste and Resource Recovery Strategy and Regulations. Over to you.
Thank you, Cheryl. I'll just try to share my screen. I might have the same trouble here as well. Cheryl, do you have a copy of my presentation?
Yes, I could do it for you.
Thank you.
Mr. Andrew, can you see the screen already?
I can see your screen with the files.
Oh, it's still coming up then. Now?
Okay, I've got it now. Thank you.
Okay.
And my apologies for that. It just wouldn't trigger on my end. But look, thank you very much for having me along at the event. It really is a pleasure to be here, and it's been really interesting to hear some of the opening speakers and the perspectives that have been brought to the issue. I've put together a presentation around the development and implementation of Queensland's Waste and Resource Recovery Strategy and its regulations, which is a very big topic to try to cover in a 10-minute presentation. So I've really stripped this down to focus onto the strategic elements of our strategy and action plans, etc. Thank you. So in terms of the strategy that we've put in place, we implemented this in July 2019. And really importantly, at the same time, it was when we recommenced a waste levy framework within Queensland. So waste levy obviously providing a price disincentive for continuing to take materials to landfill and complements the strategy while providing a solid source of revenue as well to invest into transformation activities. So the strategic priorities around our strategy, reducing the impact of waste on the environment and our communities, obviously at the top of our list, transitioning to a circular economy, and also looking at those economic opportunities that sit inside circular models and recycling opportunities, placing more value onto our materials rather than considering them as wastes. Thank you. The vision of our strategy, there is a long-term goal here for Queensland to become a zero waste society. We want to avoid generation of waste in the first place. We want to reuse it and recycle it to the greatest extent possible. Noting the long-term nature of that, we've also established a series of targets from 2025, 2030, 40 and 50. And we've pulled out, one, the reduction of household waste, so that capturing that waste avoidance perspective. But two, diversion of waste from landfill, and really looking at headline waste streams in the context of municipal solid waste, the commercial industrial waste and construction and demolition waste, and increasing the recycling rate against those headline waste streams as well. Thank you. Just a snapshot of where we're at right now. I said we introduced a levy in 2019, and when you look at the far right-hand side of this slide, in terms of how we're tracking against our target for construction and demolition waste, we're doing quite well. We've already reached our 2025 target for that waste material. Working backwards from there, we've seen improvement in commercial and industrial waste. We're making a reasonable progress towards our target, but there's still room for improvement. In the municipal solid waste area, we've been quite stagnant. So we've had to rethink our policy settings, and in particular around levy settings and investment strategies to try and turn the dial on municipal solid waste. On the bottom left-hand side of the screen here, there's just a snapshot of the types of bin systems that we've got in place across Queensland. So red lid bins are typically the bins that materials go in to be taken to landfill. Our yellow lid bins are the ones where we capture recyclables, so your plastic recyclables, etc., within those bins. And our green bin systems that's a system that's very much in development at the moment, where we want to increase the amount of organic material that we're pulling out of our municipal solid waste streams in the coming years. Thank you. So priority waste streams that are called out in our strategy, there's a list there that I won't read through, but I've highlighted and pulled out the food and ag plastics, the electrical side of things, and textiles. One, because they're things that we're putting concerted effort into at present in terms of our action plans and program development. But two, because there's tie-in amongst all those areas into the world of plastic pollution as well. We've called out our priority sectors on this slide too, and it really is when you're talking about transforming and changing the way that we do things, it's really important that we've got good, strong working relationships across our resource recovery and recycling sector, right at the top. Our local governments, including our First Nations communities, and community level engagement generally, critically important. Business and industry generally though too, in terms of really working on developing new mindsets around the identification of materials and that flow back into circular models. Energy from waste is something that we've put a lot of emphasis into. We've prepared a policy which is really outlining Queensland's expectations around higher order outcomes in terms of our own waste hierarchy, so your reuse and recycling, etc. But accepting that there's a point at which there's a residual waste stream. So we do have an enabling policy around energy from waste, and a critical emphasis onto data and information, making sure that we've got solid flows of information back that we can use to evaluate and check the success of our policy settings and consider changes into the future. Thank you. A few action plans. These are things that we've developed that sit generally underneath the waste strategy. Our top point there around a resource recovery industry roadmap is something that's actually owned by our colleagues in our Department of State Development in Queensland, but it's also something that we've got a very strong partnership with them around developing for Queensland. It is about increasing the capacity of our recovery sector, making sure that we're catching the materials that we can catch from our traditional waste streams. There's an important one for the topic of this particular forum around tackling plastic waste. So our plastic pollution reduction plan, which I'll talk to a few of the initiatives about as we go. I mentioned energy from waste already. We also have a very strong emphasis at present around better management of organics and capturing food waste, etc., and incorporating those into better outcomes. And at the bottom there, just calling out, we've got some a sustainable waste strategy for First Nations communities, which is an important one from Queensland's perspective as well. Thank you. Some of the key activities. We've recently had announced a 10-year, $2.1 billion waste package, which has got a couple of key parts to it. One is around making sure that we're not having impacts onto households in Queensland around the cost of our waste levy framework. But a 1.1 billion component of it really is about stimulating the transformation that we want to see into the world of circular economy, improved technologies that sit around that, business practices, education and behaviour, a whole suite of things that money will fund. In a plastic specific sense, we've also recently announced an expanded single-use plastic items ban, and we published a 5-year roadmap with an intention behind that to send some early signals to businesses across Queensland around what was on our radar for future bans. But it's also a key tool that we use for consultation with those businesses to make sure that we're part of those solutions in terms of identifying the alternates to the single-use plastic products that have been used. There's a few action plans there that are in development, like for the e-products action plan and the textiles action plan, and we've got a range of material that we've got love, food, hate, waste called out there, which is specifically related into the organic space, but we're also developing materials around education and behaviour change more generally as one of our important focuses. And there's a range of programs listed on this slide that we have been running. There'll be a range in front of us. I think, important to this forum, our single-use lightweight plastic shopping bag ban is one that's called out there. But there was a range of single-use plastic items that were banned in our first round, like straws and stirrers and plates and bowls and cutlery, expanded polystyrene takeaway containers and cups. Those types of things were banned. In the context of our roadmap, we're calling out a range of other items that will ban between now and 2025. And in the next tranche, there's things like cotton buds with plastic stems. We've got loose packaging items, plastic microbeads, heavyweight plastic bags, which is an interesting one where we're combining a reusability standard with that, which will include things like minimum recycled content and things like mass release of lighter than air balloons. Thank you. Our container refund scheme is just pulled out separately here because it's a very important part of our framework. Our container refund scheme has been around almost, it'll be 5 years next year, but since 2018. And since it started, we've had over 6.5 billion containers returned for a refund. Queensland is a really large state, and we've now got 365 container refund points that are established right across it, including into some remote First Nations communities in North Queensland. And from an economic point of view, it's managed to return $651 million to individuals and charities and not-for-profit organisations and material recovery facilities and create over 800 jobs. It has got a target that we're working towards around 85% collection, which we're not meeting at this point in time. So we are still working with the operator of the scheme towards trying to improve the performance of it even further. Thank you. My final slide, just around the future focus areas for us. You might have noticed in my title, I work for the Office of Circular Economy. That office is about 2 weeks old. So we were previously the Office of Resource Recovery. We are evolving our thinking into that world of the transition to circular economy. So future focus areas really key around avoiding waste generation in the first instance and getting back up the top of the chain around how we design our products and rethinking that. Embedding our circular economy principles into business as usual. Trying to really emphasise the value of our materials and seeing the logic in keeping them circulating in our economy for as long as possible. And we've got a focus called out there around the reuse and the repair and the refurbishment, and that can extend into share facilities and the like as well. We're very much wanting to capture the alignments between circular economy and decarbonisation as we move forward. The data piece is critically important for us to keep getting better at how we collect it and how we present it and how fast we make it available to the world around us. Regional waste management plans are very important for us as well. We've got plans right across Queensland, which will provide an investment framework for some of that levy money and the recycling and jobs fund that I mentioned earlier. And the last one there, a real emphasis into education and behaviour change. So while we've got good rollout of yellow top bins where we recycle materials, we can definitely improve the contamination rates that occur within the bins, I think, and also the collection of the recyclable materials that we want to see in there. And that's brought me to the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Andrew, once again for sharing the a detailed perspective on Queensland waste and resource strategy, recovery strategy and regulations. It is interesting to see that quite a few similarities between the strategy in Queensland in comparison to what we have in Malaysia. Probably that's where we want to, compare and benchmark and move forward. It is also interesting to see some of the cross-sector area that you mentioned, for instance, integrating circular economy and decarbonization, for instance, and how Queensland is moving towards that. So probably we'll keep that to the discussion session after all the presentations are completed. Thank you once again, and please do stay on with us. Ladies and gentlemen, in the meantime, I'd just like to announce once again to the participants, you are welcome to post your questions on the Q&A chat function, the Q&A function that you will see on your screen. So please do post your questions there, and we'll take it up at the discussion later after we complete all the presentations. Now, to move on, I believe Dr. Deborah is in. I will quickly introduce you to Dr. Deborah Lau. She leads the CSIRO's Ending Plastic Waste mission. She coordinates a portfolio of scientific, technological, and data-driven innovations for the entire plastics life cycle to support government and industry initiatives, diverting plastic waste into resources that build Australia's circular economy. With over 13 years of senior research leadership roles in CSIRO, Deborah has steered strategic direction and impact focus with teams delivering successful projects in advanced materials science. She has been nationally awarded and internationally recognized for her contribution in the field of cultural heritage and conservation science in Australia, and has a long-standing expertise in developing multivariate approaches to data analysis to characterize complex material structures. With that brief introduction, Dr. Deborah, I pass the floor to you to speak on the title Towards Ending Plastic Waste in Australia. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Cheryl, and thank you for the introduction. I might need to rely on you to share my slides. I don't have the capacity to share from PowerPoint from this platform.
Just give me 1 second. I'm going to do that for you. I hope you're able to see the screen up now.
Thank you very much. Again, thank you for the invitation to speak and address the group on the between Australia and Malaysia. And what I wanted to do in this session was really just give you an idea of the work that we're undertaking in CSIRO's mission for ending plastic waste. Next slide, please. So I'll start with the big picture. The big picture is really around the overall flow of plastic in the environment. And we can see on the left in the blue that the majority of plastics are fossil-based. They come from fossil-based fuel. There's only about 1% that are bio-based. And we have an increasing growth of accumulated stock in the plastics economy, and that's growing. And that leads to an increase in the plastic waste. In Australia, about 80% of our plastic waste goes to landfill, but it's really what we've seen in the environment, it's the amount that goes into terrestrial and marine environments that cause the devastating impacts on biota, on marine species, and cause entanglement, are problems for ingestion, are also problematic for the species that are living in those spaces. So the leakage into the environment is also microplastic. It's also atmospheric, as open pit burning or dump sites might burn their waste. So that contribution into the environment is predominantly visible in the aquatic space, but increasingly growing in the atmosphere. And we know that the solution is to close the loop and to increase the proportion that is recycled back into original plastic use. Can I ask you to step through the next group of 2 more or 3 more, please? One more, and one more. Yes, we'll leave it. So we know that the problem is increasing, and we know that by 2050 we'll actually have more plastic than fish in the ocean by mass. That's not going to change. So I think to reinforce the message, it's that the problem is twofold. It's the marine and terrestrial environment, but also the atmospheric environment. As the growth of greenhouse gas contribution from plastic grows from what we currently have to about 12 to 15% of the global carbon budget by about 2050. So the motivation for reducing plastic waste is really there. Could you move to the next slide, please? And so CSIRO's Ending Plastic Waste mission is one of our mission programs, and CSIRO's missions are around bringing together concerted effort to address global and national challenges. And so the Ending Plastic Waste mission is really concerting a lot of effort to the goal of reducing 80% of plastic waste entering the environment by 2030. And our programs of work sit across 2 spaces around knowledge and information systems, and the second one is around materials and processes. And within the knowledge and information systems, we know that because a systems change is needed, we know that there's no one single solution that will get us to the goal of reducing plastic waste. We need to reduce, reuse and recycle. We need a concerted effort. We need data and knowledge. So we have a program of work around information for decision making. We know that behaviours are critical to change, both within the community but within industry, around procurement decisions, around decision making at every step. So we have a program of work around best practice and standards. And we know that social and behavioural enablers are critical to understand things like social licence to operate when new technologies might be coming on board. We know that plastic packaging is the most prevalent plastic waste in the environment. So we have a program of work looking at that. And waste innovation is necessary because we need new ways to design new plastics, to create them. We've heard some commentary around bio-derived plastics coming into use, and also developing new ways for decomposing and deconstructing plastics. So we have programs of work right across those different spaces. We we work with partners, SMEs, multinationals, and we also have larger bodies of work such as innovation network hubs. So the next slide, please. So I'll just run you through a few examples of the work that we have in designing new plastics for as upstream contributors to the cycle. And one of those is a program of work that we have with a company, a West Australian company called Ulu. They're developing some polyhydroxyalkanoate, a bio-derived plastic from seaweed. And that's a much cleaner process because that continuous fermentation doesn't happen in fresh water, which is quite energy consumptive. It happens in seawater. We're also working in WA with Murdoch University, developing a partnership with a company to create the first commercial scale water bottle production, and that will also be a compostable bioplastic, but it's using waste products from the food industry. We know that there's quite a lot of concern in the environment around that bio-derived plastics will be consuming arable land or crops that would be destined for food. But what we're seeing is that most bio-derived plastics are actually coming from waste products. This one from the food industry. And thirdly, here's an example of some work that we've done in developing a sprayable biodegradable membrane. And that membrane is something that you would apply in market gardens or on crops to replace the plastic mulching film that is used quite extensively. Next slide, please. In work that we're doing at the downstream side of the plastics pathways, we're looking at a number of different ways for decomposition. We know that there's a number of groups around the world that are looking at developing PETase as an enzyme for degrading PET. We're also developing one and contributing to that space. The second example here is around some work that we're doing in bioprospecting, because we know that plastic is in the natural environment, but there are microbes that are evolving in real time to I suppose, take advantage of that accumulation in the environment, and where they would normally digest similar chemistries like waxes or oils. Those types of metabolic processes are being evolved to develop plastics, to digest plastics in the environment. The third example here is catalytic depolymerization, and this is a low energy process that is scalable down to small sort of modular units, or scalable by aggregating those units. And that's a way of depolymerizing plastics continuously without sort of doing that in large industrial batches. So there are a few examples of what we're doing in terms of projects around decomposition. So next slide, please. We're also doing, have a focused effort in advanced recycling. I know that the group will be looking at this in more detail tomorrow. We've produced a report, a white paper around advanced recycling technologies to address Australia's plastic waste. And this was really developed, this was released late last year, and it really was designed to provide some information and some clarity around what can be a really complex technology. We knew that governments and industry as well were trying to grapple with the complexity of advanced recycling, because there's a number of different technologies. Those technologies are at different levels of maturity in Australia. This is an industry that is interested in being established in Australia, and brand owners want to access the polymers that can be derived using advanced recycling. But this is a point in time for the industry that's sort of really at the precipice, and we believe that having some additional information and in work with Chemistry Australia, sharing that information, we're hoping to increase the level of knowledge and understanding around these technologies to support that transition in the recycling sector. Next slide, please. Just a couple more, a bit more information about what we're doing that may be of interest to this group is that we have a series of plastics innovation hubs, and they're based in the Mekong region, Vietnam and Indonesia. And plastics innovation hubs are structured virtual innovation accelerators, and so teams will participate in the in the innovation hubs. They will be connected with Australian and international mentors. They'll have business support, business evaluation, so that enables those different technologies to be sort of fast-tracked and make the impact around plastic waste reduction that they're intending to do. And you can find out a bit more about those plastic innovation hubs on the website ipin.org that's shared on the right-hand side there. And just to, I suppose, give you a bit more detail, they go through a number of different phases and sort of an idea phase, and then those teams are down selected to incubate and grow. Then the most successful ones are accelerated, and then just a couple are provided with investment from the partner country and also from CSIRO to grow to deliver that impact. So next slide, please. Some work that also illustrates what we're doing with a partnership with India is a real, I suppose, a broad range of supporting activities to help them transition to a circular economy. So the work between CSIRO, UTS, UNSW, and Indian institutes has been a review of their policy framework, looking at business models, developing a materials flow analysis. So contributing a series of studies that will inform their transition to a circular economy. Next slide, please. And finally, touching on some of the work that we're doing in pollution and marine debris monitoring, looking at the mismanaged plastic waste space rather than the managed plastic waste space that we've just been talking about. We're working in a range of different areas, looking at measuring the baseline, so that's measuring the plastic litter in the marine and coastline environments and in terrestrial environments. We're doing that facilitated also and supported by volunteer groups and NGOs. We're also developing technology so that can happen automatically with cameras and sensors, and also supporting some of the work that was mentioned previously around harmonization and guidelines, methodologies for recording and collecting data on the fate and flow and distribution of marine litter. Next slide, please. So thank you for your time. Really pleased to be able to share the work that we're doing in CSIRO's mission, and would really invite your approach or your contact if that would be of benefit to you. Thank you for your invitation today.
Thank you very much indeed. Once again, Dr. Deborah Lau, for the comprehensive coverage on some of the efforts and initiatives that CSIRO is directly involved and contributing to, especially the Ending Plastic Waste mission, as well as other collaboration that you've highlighted. Again, very beneficial lessons that probably we could adopt from those, which includes the Indo-Pacific Plastic Innovation Hubs, which includes some of the other neighboring countries, as well as the India-Australia collaboration. You also briefly mentioned CSIRO work on pollution and marine debris monitoring. We take note of this, and we've got a couple of speakers also from one of the engagements under COPSI, through which Malaysia benefited in collaboration to come up with the National Marine Litter Policy and Action Plan 2021 to 2030 as well. We also heard from Dr. Dennis at the first dialogue on some of these efforts that CSIRO is doing along with COPSI in this region. So this is a breadth of very informative knowledge that we could probably, not just Malaysia, but the region, learn from. And we look forward to further discussing this at the end of this session. So once again, thank you, Dr. Deborah. And we'll move on to the next speaker for session one. We have with us Mr. Mike Ritchie. I'll quickly introduce Mr. Mike to you. Mike is one of Australia's leading waste experts. With 25 years of experience in the environmental and waste sector, Mike combines complex technical expertise and business knowledge, and is one of the sector's most recognized strategic thinkers, advising governments and businesses on waste and recycling. As MR's Managing Director, Mike provides extensive insights into economics, policy constraints, issues and challenges of Australia's waste and recycling sector while moving towards economically sensible environmental reforms. Mike did mention in his brief introduction that his goal is really to help make waste management economically rational and environmentally sustainable. We are indeed delighted to have you, Mike, for this session. I pass the floor to you. Thank you.
Cheryl, thank you. I hope you can hear me. Could you pull up my presentation, please?
Sure.
While I'm introducing that, MRA is a Australia-wide consulting company of about 50 people. We just work in recycling and waste management. Can you now see my presentation, Cheryl?
Just getting your presentation up.
Thank you.
Yeah.
In short, I would start by saying we can't innovate our way to solving the plastic problem. We have to collect it, reprocess it, and reuse it. We're not going to replace plastic in any time frame. So my talk in 10 minutes is really just saying that. Next slide. We produce about 3.5 million tonnes of plastic in Australia. We recycle about 13% of it. 84% went to landfill. 250,000 tonnes is recycled, mainly from households and a little bit of commercial. About 130,000 tonne leaks into the environment, as was the previous speaker mentioned, and it's a significant environmental problem. Next slide. The key point with plastic is to understand the process flow or the mass balance, which I think Andrew mentioned earlier. And it fundamentally starts with a collection system. If you don't have a collection system, you can do nothing. It's going to leak to the environment. So governments have to intervene to create the right collection systems. And if they don't do that, everything else is window dressing and is not going to address the root cause. So we need to have proper collection systems. In Australia, we have a raft of different systems. If anyone wants to go through those with me in detail, feel free, contact me separately. And then you have opportunities for sorting, feedstock reprocessing, etc., creating useful things. But if you don't have a collection system that works at scale, you're really wasting your time. Next slide. In Australia, there's a number of things that drive the economics of plastic recycling. First and foremost, is all growth in recycling is explained by price. Most things that are recycled in Australia are subsidised by someone, and the only way to stop them being subsidised is to push up the landfill price. Landfills act like big vacuum cleaners and they suck materials in, including plastic. In this case, 2.5 million tonnes worth of plastic go to landfill because it's cheaper to do that than to recycle it. That's the fundamental problem with a circular economy per se, is that the economics favour landfilling. In Australia, at least state governments are now aware of that. And as Andrew mentioned, Queensland has started pushing its landfill levy up to $120, and they're to be congratulated on that. New South Wales is about $150, but all states need to move to around $200 a tonne in order to drive plastic out of landfill and back into the circular economy. There are other minor programs that do little bits of work, like container deposit schemes, just picking up plastic packaging. Bans on some single-use plastics is useful because it's hard to recycle and expensive. Export bans drive some onshore processing, and there are some limited schemes for commercial plastic recovery. But fundamentally, it's about building big bits of infrastructure that can sort through mixed waste and recover the plastic. And that requires correct price signals. And in Australia, like most of the rest of the world, we don't have sufficient price signals at this point in time. Next slide, please. This is just showing a raft of Australian government initiatives. They don't go yet to the key issues of price, but we do have some national targets by 2025, including 100% of all packaging will be recyclable or compostable or reusable. That doesn't mean it will be recycled, it just means it's capable of being recycled. And that's a good start, don't get me wrong. It absolutely has to be designed for recycling at the end of its life. Next slide. The obstacles are cheap landfill, cheap virgin product, and insufficient carbon tax or carbon price in Australia. Like much of the rest of the world, we don't have a carbon price yet, and we need one. The quality of recycled content is always a barrier. Sorting capacity is significantly limited in Australia, and there are no design rules. There's not a single law in Australia that says you must make this product for its end-of-life recycling. You must take that into account. And there is really ineffective policy on litter. We don't police our littering rules. In Malaysia, it's a $28,000 fine for first offence. In Australia, it's $200. Next slide. So what do we need to do to create a circular economy? Obviously, expand the container deposit scheme, introduce those design rules, increase the price signals to drive recycling. Sorting infrastructure will be funded by the levy, and we need to continue to ban single-use products. But we fundamentally need government to step up to the plate and drive this reform, because you and I and CSIRO can't do it. We need government to basically create the market signals to make it work by default, as opposed to it being a nice add-on. Landfilling is the default option for most waste streams in Australia still. Next slide. And that's it. Short and sweet. Cheryl, I hope I met your needs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mike. Indeed, you have. Thank you so much for covering that. You mentioned a couple of very crucial pointers in your presentation. One being that we cannot run away from government's role in making this a success. We can be speaking on, all these ideas and, efforts on the ground, but without the government's involvement, it might be difficult to achieve this. Thank you also for sharing Australia's very comprehensive plan that you've put up, as well as the obstacles that are faced in Australia and opportunities that we could create from this. So thank you once again, Mr. Mike, for that. Please do stay on, and we've got just 2 more presenters at this session, and then we'll go into the discussion. Participants, ladies and gentlemen, again, I'm just going to mention here that please feel free to use the Q&A function if you've got any questions for the speakers. Now, moving on to the next presenter, we have with us Ms. Teresa Ng. Now, this is one important topic for Malaysia, where while we speak about waste management on the mainland, waste management on some of our islands, beautiful tourism islands, are also of concern. It's an important area that the government always discuss. Hence, we are indeed delighted to have Ms. Teresa Ng, who is the Program Development Manager at Reef Check Malaysia, an NGO working on coral reef and marine conservation. Ms. Teresa personally has taken the lead on marine debris programs, managing a series of industry dialogues with large international brands, government agencies, and the waste management industry. We will be hearing from Ms. Teresa the cause of waste management on small inhabited islands in Malaysia. I pass the floor to you, Teresa.
Thank you, Cheryl, and hi, everyone. I'm just going to share my screen. Okay. And I'll put it to full screen mode. Hope it works for everyone.
Yes.
Yeah. All right, great. So I'm just presenting a short study that we did in 2021 that was actually funded by Ocean Conservancy's Small Grants Program. It was just a quick study that we did, unfortunately, during the lockdown in Malaysia. But we wanted to find out what was the current waste management and sewage treatment scenario in small inhabited islands in Malaysia. So when we say small, we really mean like population of 10,000 or less. The bigger islands in Malaysia, like Penang, would have their own, solid waste collection and sewage treatment, whereas much smaller islands with small populations do not have such infrastructure in place. We also did a quick analysis of how much it would cost to run a waste management and recycling system on the islands versus not doing anything, and the risk of environmental pollution and degradation of our ecosystem services. So this is a quick map, I guess, of the small inhabited islands in Malaysia that we studied. So we covered, I think, 31 islands in total. So we have Pulau Aman, which is just very close to Penang, Pulau Perhentian and Redang, which is in Terengganu, and Tioman, which is in Pahang, and the Mersing Islands the one with yellow dots, is just a group of 5 islands that we lumped them together because the population is really small. And we only took into account islands where they have local villages. So we don't count like resort islands because we do assume that maybe the businesses would have the capacity to bring back their trash to the mainland. This is Sabah, which is in Borneo, Malaysia. So Sabah has way more islands than we have in Peninsula that's inhabited. So we covered Bantanani and Pulau Gaya, Omadal, Tun Mustafa, which is a group of islands as well up north. And this is just some of it, and this is the second part of it because all can fit into one graphic. So we have Timber Mother, Larapan, Mabo, another group of islands called Tun Sakar and Marine Parks. And often a lot of these islands in Sabah as well, a lot of them are quite nomadic, so they're like sea gypsies as well, so they go between islands. So sometimes the population changes and the number of households is not constant as well. So we did a quick research on what's going on and happening on the islands with sewage treatment and waste collection. So only very few islands actually send back their trash to the mainland, less so about segregation. It would just be everything. One island, Tioman, has an incinerator on the island. So what we found was basically the main issue is obviously to try to reduce the amount of solid waste that we need to collect on the islands. The biggest cost is actually the boat or the barge transport back to mainland. So one of the recommendations was we could probably streamline solid waste collection among islands which are close by to one another. Like one barge could go to a few of the smaller islands to pick up the waste. Obviously, reducing consumption, so less waste. Composting food waste. I think food waste is one of the biggest waste composition that we have. So composting organic waste, using like simple equipment like a baling machine to compress, for example, a recyclable so you can fit more on the barge each time. And also infrastructure to actually collect recyclables in the first place to actually separate them. For sewage treatment, because large-scale sewage treatment is probably really not feasible for a small island population because the cost is really high. Probably the most inexpensive solution that is feasible on the islands is probably like septic tanks, just that they do have to be dislodged regularly. And that has to be enforced in a way. So just quickly, I'll jump into how we calculated like the cost of implementing a waste management on the island. So we've got experiences implementing a recycling system on Tioman, and for Mantanani Island, we established a waste management and recycling collection. So because those were the 2 islands that the only data was available, so we could only use those options. So it might not, obviously further studies would be needed for more, accurate number, but that's what we could base on for now. But this year in 2022, we started implementing the same system in 2 other islands, in Perhentian for recycling, but a very, very small pilot. But on Larapan Island in Sabah, we started a full-scale waste management and recycling system, same as Mantanani. And at the end of the year, we would have a rough estimate of how much it would cost. So just quickly, setup costs for Mantanani Island, which had 0 waste collection in the first place. So we set up like a door-to-door collection for about 190 houses. And it costs about 12,530 ringgit to just give them like 3 bins, a bin for recycling, a bin for other trash, and a bin for food waste. And the monthly operational cost to collect from all these houses and send the waste back to mainland is about 10,000 ringgit. For Tioman Island, it's a bit more pricey. It's got 550 houses, it's got like triple the population, but it also has formal waste collectors So that was the estimated cost per month. I'll just quickly run through this, but at the end of it, I'll give everyone a link or QR code to the actual full report, so you can have a more detailed explanation of the cost. So we divided up to average setup household costs and average monthly collection costs, operational costs per household. And we broke it down into all the islands according to their population, according to the number of households actually. Yeah. So, so we came up with a really rough figure that, the setup cost is about 208,000 ringgit for all these small inhabited islands, and the operational cost for 20 years. And it comes out to about 184 million ringgit over 20 years to sustain a waste management and recycling system on all the islands. And obviously it's quite big, I think, or maybe not, depending on who's willing to foot the bill for this. But oops, this one. So we started to compare it to the loss of the ecosystem services that we have in Malaysia. Even that, it was really hard to get data. It's hard to quantify the value of marine biodiversity in the first place. So we had one published data from the Department of Fisheries in Malaysia on the total economic value of marine biodiversity in the marine parks of Malaysia. So all the islands that I mentioned previously, not all of them are within marine parks. Only some of them are within marine parks. So the estimated value for just a portion of the islands that I mentioned is already 8.7 billion US ringgit. And so we did a simple scenario of loss of economic value in the marine parks in Malaysia, based on 1%, 2%, or 5% degradation over, say, 20 years. And calculated that if it's a 1% annual loss over 20 years, it would cost equivalent of 1.57 billion, 2% annual loss is 2.86 billion, and a 5% annual loss is 5.52 billion ringgit. So this is the conclusion. The cost of establishing a waste management and recycling on small islands in Malaysia, it's a fraction of what potential total loss of our biodiversity. And obviously there's limitations to the study because of COVID-19. Most of the findings are mostly based on secondary research, desktop research, and also a lot of interviewing locals on the ground or other NGOs who are working on the islands to get estimated current situation or scenario of what's going on those islands. So we couldn't really ground truth it by going and actually observing or and seeing what's really happening. As mentioned before, it's difficult to determine the exact value of services within an ecosystem. The data that the value that I mentioned earlier was just within the marine parks, which is 2 nautical miles for the around the islands. It doesn't, even calculate like the rest of our marine ecosystems in Malaysian waters. Yeah, so technically it could be valued at a much higher number as well. And also we have to acknowledge that not just waste from islands will contribute to the degradation of marine biodiversity. There are also other factors, but requires a much larger study. And so that's a really quick, and hopefully I fit everything within 10 minutes. If you want a more detailed report, you can scan a QR code or go to that website, tinyurl.com/islandwaste for the full report. And our contact details if you want to reach out if you have any more questions after this session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Teresa, for providing an overview on the work involving assessing what is the cost of waste management on some of these islands in Malaysia, and also to shed some light on how is that going to be impacting the marine ecosystem services as well as biodiversity. I do recall most of the discussions has always been on valuing the ecosystems, but this is probably one of the pioneer works in Malaysia where it is now linked back to this issue that we have in on our hands, addressing waste management, especially so in East Malaysia. I will quickly recall also in among the priority pillars in the National Strategy, Action Plan, Policy, and so on, islands in Malaysia is often identified to be pretty much the weak link as to where more efforts and attention has to be given, because this indirectly contributes back to the transboundary pollution issues that we have with regards to also tourism sector and fisheries sector and so on. So thank you once again for bringing in this important element into the discussion at this dialogue session. Please do stay with us. We've got one more presentation and then we'll have a discussion. Thank you, Teresa. We'll move on to the final speaker for session 1. We have with us TS Dr. Siva Balan. I will quickly introduce Dr. Siva to you. He's currently the head of the Center for Excellence for Waste Management, or EPIC, under the patronage of Senviro, an investee company of Khazanah Nasional in Malaysia. He is currently actively involved in developing the ESG frameworks as well as GHG inventory, also mentioned in some of the previous presentations, carbon markets and so on, for Senviro and other clients, while implementing the first of its kind waste training program and R&D network for the waste industry at EPIC. He has over 25 years of experience in the waste management field, and Dr. Siva is only one of the 5 registered chartered waste managers in Malaysia. He was also involved in some of the other areas which indirectly and directly links back to this issue. For instance, he was the lead consultant in establishing the National Green Technology Foresight, which charted the way forward for Malaysia in green technology towards 2030. With that brief introduction, I pass the floor to you, Dr. Siva. I think you're muted.
Sorry, I do this very often. Thank you very much for inviting me, and thank you very much for allowing me to give my short intro. Let me share my screen. Can you all see my slides?
Yes.
Okay. So, good afternoon, everyone. What I will be doing is I'll give you all a brief intro on what are the issues and where do we see the issues in reducing plastic pollutions, increasing recycling, and what are the various stakeholders saying in how to promote market incentives to reduce this plastic pollution within Malaysia. A very quick, just a very quick background. What you see in the slide there is the Center of Excellence for Waste Management, which is in Seremban, Malaysia. Any one of you are always welcome to come and visit this place. So let me just start off with a bit of what is plastic waste in Malaysia. So unfortunately, Malaysia is still looking back at 2012, 2013 as the last official waste characterization done. And in this characterization, at that point of time, it was 35,000 tons of waste per day. I think as of last year, it was already up to 40 to 41,000 tons of waste generated per day. Plastics, ironically, makes up a great 13.2%, but there is a very big number here, which is called diapers at 12.1%. It's an amazing number there, because basically, if you look at diapers are pure, I will say 50-60% pure plastics there. So that is another very alarming figure. So if you can just plus that, then you're looking at about 25% of plastic. Out of that, the recycling rates are about 24% as of 2019. The other two alarming big numbers are moisture content is 65% and leachate content. So the amount of water that we collect and transport from point A to point B is 15%. So in an annual budget of collection and disposing the waste in Malaysia. The annual budget is about 2 billion, and out of 2 billion, 15% is just collecting rainwater and dumping into the landfills. Just to give you a picture of where the money is being used. Now, again, this first part is just to give you a picture of how much of plastic waste, where it's happening, how much is being recycled. So this is also back on the 2013 study. If you look at the PET, the various categories of plastic, how much is generated, how much is discarded, how much is disposed. So what we did is we actually tracked the lorries right from the house to the curbside and then to the disposal centers. And you will see from here very clearly that only PET, HDPE, and PVC were being recycled from the houses, whereas at the landfill there were a few more different categories that were being picked up. But it's also very obvious that items like PS, items like other plastics and all of that, nothing were being collected or discarded or removed at all from this place. So it shows very clearly, if you have some commercial value, these things are being picked up right from the household end or from the landfill. So it gives you why I am coming up with this, is because also to say that where we should be targeting our efforts in encouraging recycling, whether it's at the household or whether it's at the informal recyclers at the landfills, how to improve the efficiency of removing this material from the waste streams. Now, the other one that we did recently with MIMA as part of the group was to study where from the waste is coming, where is the supply chain, where are the resins coming in, how much is coming, what are the products made, and all of that. So this is another value chain that we have done, and this is also helping us to understand where it's going. Now, what I like to share here is this plastic inventory for 2019. Of course, the accuracy of this data, I will say, is anywhere between 70 to 75% accurate as to all the data that we have. But this is the data that will tell you how much of plastic is being brought in terms of resins, how much is manufactured locally, how much is exported, where it goes from the local one, how much of it is then converted into products, exported as products, and then the imported plastic products coming in based on the different, customs codes that all these products come in and all that. So this tracking has been done tremendously, and we have to say that there are quite a bit of plastic that we can't track, and we can't we cannot account for it. So these are the gaps that we are trying to fix in making sure that this inventory, number one, is followed up on. Number two, how do we close the gaps in identifying where are these missing numbers going to. Now, having said that background on what is the data available, what is the aspiration, what is the bottlenecks, and where are the stakeholders, what are the stakeholders wants in this whole plastic agenda here. So if you look at the aspiration, our aspiration as of right now, we are at, if I'm not mistaken, 24-25%, but the government has put a 45% recycling target by the end of the end of the 12th Mission Plan, which is 2025. And these are the things that we really need to aspire to, which Right now, from 25% to 45%, I think it's still achievable, but there is a lot of work to be done. Now, this is again my version. Where are the bottlenecks? So we know the consumers are finishing up all the items. The issue is, how do we connect the consumers to the recyclers, the collectors? So there are many collectors, most of them cannot remove the material out of their lorries because it's so much. So automatically this material ends up in the landfills. How to remove this material? How do we connect the consumer direct to the recycler so that this material can go from the consumer to the recycler? That's number one. Number two, the off-takers. Connect the off-takers to come back and buy up all these recycled materials from the recycler. So these are the two main bottlenecks that we see, which is not connecting the dots. So very often when we go on a house-to-house basis, talking to the various people within an urban environment, or whether it's a suburban environment, they often come and tell us, hey, we like to recycle, we like to do this, we like to do this, we want to do this. But how do we get to the recyclers? When we put something outside, it goes back into the same lorry, collection lorry, or we do not know who is picking it up. Although it gets picked up, we do not know whether it's ending up in the real proper recyclers, or are they just doing it for a side business? Where is it? So I think these are the things that really needs to be understood. Now, I know this is a bit small and it's going to be a bit hard for you all to read. I have deposited this material with Mima, and I have got no problems with Mima circulating this the slides. This will actually show you the various stakeholders that we engaged during a 6 months period. We engaged close to about 400 to 500 people in the various value chains. And what do they say? So so the stakeholders from people who are in the manufacturing, how they produce the merchandise, the consumers, the disposal items, the collectors, and all of that. And we ask them, where exactly do you, what exactly is your problems? So like some of them were saying, I think one of the biggest ones, they was from the consumer point of view, was always the extended producer responsibility. How do we actually start extended producer responsibility in Malaysia? How do we move it? As for the disposal people, it was always data. We need more data in knowing where the waste is, how to collect it, and all of that. Facilities for recyclers, facilities for collection, in between collection centers that can act as intermediary between the consumer and the recyclers. These are very common what do you call issues that were brought up. I can go on and this, but I think these are the main things here. So based on all of this, we sort of formulated things that would actually have to look at what are the market incentives that needs to promote these things. And basically these are the 5 top things that kept on coming back to us. Number one is, how do we implement EPR in Malaysia? And this has to be from the industry point of view, where the recyclers or the manufacturers, either the manufacturers or the recyclers, actually come in and say that, no, we want our material back and we want to do this. Of course, in this value chain, the need for regulation, the need for tax incentives, the need for pilot studies, and all of that needs to come inside this arena. But EPR was a very big ask among the stakeholders. And just to update everyone here, currently the pharmaceutical industry, out of all industries, the pharmaceutical industry has actively started, to my knowing, two large pharmaceutical companies have got together and started a full EPR scheme to collect back the plastic material used for plastic packaging in all their medical supplies, and that is being collected and being sent back to their own warehouses, and from there it's being picked up by, they are calling in the recyclers to pick it up and do this recycling. So these large pharmaceutical companies are putting their own money in to start this EPR program. I know from Senviro's point of view itself, two large FMGCs in FNB is already talking to Senviro to put up PET recycling plant, and they have promised to buy up whatever that we recycle in PET. So these are the two very initial EPRs being taken up, but I've not heard of anything else, but I might be not privy to some of it. That's number one. Number two, enable to raise recycling rates. I think the deposit refunding programs was a big success when I was a 5-year-old kid, but right now from the stakeholders, everyone wants to bring back this deposit refunding scheme. Reverse vending machines, there are 3 or 4 reverse vending machine providers in Malaysia. Digitizing recycling, I think this is excellent. In fact, digitizing recycling has already come to schools. I was actually evaluating a school recycling program, and in the school recycling program, one of their inventions was to digitize recycling, and also identifying recycling facilities. Where can we create more recycling centers? Number 3, implementation of tax, and these tax can be either punishing people or encouraging people, but it's more of encouraging the manufacturers to start off these things. Heavy fines, especially for illegal disposal, with not proper implementations, and of course awarding. I think I have to say the previous speaker before me, Teresa, she definitely needs an award for the amount of work that they have done with the coastal communities. The whole matrix of what is the long term, short term, and everything is in these next 2 pages, and I will say thank you at that.
Thank you very much, Dr. Siva. Indeed, that is quite a detailed study, which unfortunately, because of the time, Dr. Siva can't go into further depth. But this was one of the areas where we had the privilege to also work under the same umbrella through a project funded by COPSI, the Sea Circular project, where we covered different aspects of waste management in Malaysia, including the policy, the market-based incentives, the community engagements, the state level engagements, which you'll also get the opportunity to hear in session 2 later. But with that, we've covered all the speakers for session 1 to address the strategic and policy frameworks for a circular plastics economy. We've got a couple of minutes still to have a bit of a discussion, and probably I'll try to pose in some questions for the panelists from session 1 to try to address. I believe at the moment we have got Mr. Andrew still with us for Australia, and we've got Teresa Ng and Dr. Siva for the Malaysian side to try to take up some of this. Now, trying to link back to the theme that we have for this session, the strategic and policy frameworks. Now, most of the presenters speak on, either we are in the stage of implementing new policies, or we are formulating new policies. What do you think, if you can share a bit more light, when we talk about circular plastics economy, such a big buzzword now, but there's still so many challenges on the ground. There's still so much that's required in terms of partnerships between government. We heard from Mr. Mike earlier, without the government involvement, it's not going to be successful. But on the other extreme side, without the industry players or what we may call public-private partnerships, it's also difficult to achieve some of these goals and targets that we have set in our national policies and so on. For instance, I can share with you briefly, the document on addressing marine plastic pollution in Malaysia has got a specific target on addressing this issue through the deployment of technologies, innovation, and capacity building. Now, if you can take up this discussion a bit further on what do you think are some of the crucial implementation steps that we will need when we look from the perspective of Australian government and also Malaysia to achieve some of these milestones that we're talking about, innovation, technology, new technologies, and making sure that it's effective. Some ideas from you would be beneficial. Can we start with Mr. Andrew? Some of the obstacles, towards achieving this, because everyone is talking about circular plastic economy. How do we move towards achieving these milestones?
Yeah, thank you. I think it is quite a big question. Because there's the collection systems which might put underlined. You need to have the effective systems to have source segregation, good quality feeds that go into recycling type activities to recover your materials, etc. So those things are critical and take big decisions around the investment into them. Like that they don't necessarily come cheaply in terms of setup. And operation. So the economics of it is really important. And I do think the waste levy that we've got implemented in Queensland is certainly moved us in the right direction around the transformation elements. Another big part of this though is how people behave, I guess. So the education and behaviour around that mentality of you take something, you make it, you use it, you throw it away. Just trying to break that mentality in some respects with some good, sustained, targeted education and behaviour campaigns. I genuinely feel like there's a need to work on changing our collective mindset around how we view the materials rather than waste. They are actually materials that have some value for use in new products. So they're probably some of the key thoughts that I've got around it. And at the back end of the system as well, like the comments that were made in the presentations around regulation and penalty, etc. Like the fines for littering, for example, are one of those types of intervention actions to help change behaviour. But there's a range of other things that potentially can work as well. So we'll be working with councils to trial techniques around how do we actually improve what people are putting in their bins. They're putting the right things in the right bins so that we get those clean feeds. And I think I'll look forward to the challenge of finding out which of those particular strategies work. But it might be things, for example, like tagging someone's bin with a certain colour tag when the collector observes what's in it, and creating a bit of an open and transparent performance measure, I guess, that others in the street might see. So we'll probably try a few of these things as we go. We'll measure our success and use the data to evaluate approaches, but hopefully get very good at it in the years in front of us. Sure.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Andrew, for that. In fact, you've touched upon, some of the things that we would, wish that, the basic integrities of addressing this issue should be looked into. While we're talking about big words, I always call these big words circular economy, and achieving robust standards towards recycling and stuff like that. We have to make sure that the basics are also taken care of, for as simple as making sure that the waste are segregated. In many areas, unfortunately, this is still very much an issue. And then we can go towards achieving bigger outcomes or derive the targets and aims that we have in place. So this, again, I will mention, it involves a multitude of different stakeholders and different players, not just government, industry, but the community and so on, to making sure that this is effectively implemented on the ground, rather than just having this mentioned in some of our big action plans and policies. So thank you for those pointers. Teresa, probably you can also shed some light on this, because you've seen and you've been personally involved in some of this formulation of policy and strategic action plans. And now what we really want to put in place is implementation, effective implementation of some of these goals or targets that we have at hand. But we're still facing challenges, not just from the land side of things, but also, like you mentioned, on the islands. What are some of the implementation steps or the milestones that should be something that we aspire towards achieving, to make sure when we talk about technology-driven solutions and so on, how can we make this more impactful? In this case, Malaysia. Please, Teresa.
Okay, sure. So I guess for islands or coastal communities, not all technology that's available would be feasible on those islands, especially if it's a small number population, because like Andrew said, the cost sometimes can be quite steep. So it might not be a good return of investment if you wanted to put a really high-tech machine to process plastics, for example, on each of the island. It wouldn't make sense. So for islands or maybe rural communities, it's probably more cost efficient to have a efficient collection system to aggregate them into the nearest town or nearest city for it to go into the system for better recycling, for example. And I think, like you mentioned, we've been involved in quite a number of discussions on policies and how to move forward. I think we do have strategies in place, action plans in place. I guess the next step is to move forward to find people who want to take charge of each action plan and push it forward and make it happen. I think technology we have, there's always ongoing new technologies that we can implement in the cities here. But I guess it's who wants to actually push or drive it forward for Malaysia. Yeah.
Thank you, Teresa, for taking that up. Indeed, yes, key players, focal points. Of course, we've got the ministry, but as the ministry themselves mentioned, they would need to collaborate with all these other, agencies and even NGOs and, local communities and so on, to make sure that some of these actions that has been identified are achieved on the ground. So thanks for pointing that out. Dr. Siva, I'll quickly move to you. And I think because your area is quite interesting, especially in the Malaysian context, and I believe in some of our neighboring countries as well, where market-based incentives are hugely discussed, including through, other studies done by World Bank and, some of the other entities. While we talk about market-based incentives, what are some of the major challenges that you covered, and maybe you want to elaborate a bit further? How can we try to address some of these obstacles that we're facing and challenges to make sure that these milestones that we're talking about, action plan up to 2030 and so on, is actually derived successfully and not just a plan? Are your thoughts on that, please?
Okay, interesting. But if you allow, I want to cross a bit on what Andrew brought up earlier. Also, you see, in Malaysia, if you look at like I said, I'll go back to the bottleneck problem. How do we connect the collectors and how do we to the recyclers and all of that? So the issue that Andrew brought up, if someone is not putting something into a bin properly, the collector has the right, or we can implement something. Now, in Malaysia, a waste collector is the last job that anyone on planet Earth will want to go for. They are paid the least. Let's be very. Why? Because the budget for collecting waste is very low in Malaysia. Why is the budget very low to collect waste in Malaysia? Because it is a function of your assessment tax that you pay each municipality, township, and all of that. When was the last time Malaysia pushed up their municipality rates to address a proper waste collection system, a waste recycling system? We all talk about recycling. We all talk about circular economy. We all talk about removing plastic from our doorstep. Will we pay an extra dollar in our house assessment tax to ensure that then that tax goes into the proper budget for being allocated towards collection of the waste to be disposed of, and that can then be paid for people to be trained and to be able to understand what they need to collect. So sometimes the question actually on your right hand, you want to say you want to recycle, but on your left hand, your action is not actually, I don't want to recycle. So a lot of us don't understand these kind of things that actually come and bite us back in our own back. These are things that we need to look at. Are our waste disposal, our workers, our formal workers, our informal workers, do they understand what is recycling? Do they understand what is non-conformance? Today in Malaysia, if we have source separation for the last, I think, if I'm not mistaken, last 3 to 4 years. My house, every day we have 3 plastic bags put outside. Whenever we know the lorry is coming, we put 3 plastic bags outside. One for food waste, one for recyclables, one for all your plastics, and one for all your metals. And I can tell you, until today, all the 3 bags goes into the same lorry. So that is the current situation. So the first thing that I want to say here is, number one, is are our waste collectors, the primary people who see this on a daily basis, are they well equipped? They are not. That's number one. We do not have enough facilities to look at this. So now coming back to the market incentive, how do we then take this responsibility out of only the government's pocket into the industry's pocket? So today, if you look at waste management, everyone has their hands up. Okay, this is something that belongs to the government of Malaysia. So how do we take it out of the government of Malaysia into the industry's pocket? So the industry now, this is where laws and regulations need to be changed to allow industries to do things more vigorously. Okay, so take for instance, just now I brought up this issue that a pharmaceutical company is doing EPR in Malaysia. Okay, unfortunately, the plastics that they are picking up are all PVC-based plastics. And under the DOE, under the current regulations of DOE, PVC cannot be recycled unless you get a special approval from them. And yes, I won't say DOE is very, very supportive. You know, I got nothing against them. But how do we then put this out as big as possible that anyone can recycle? How do we change? Sorry? So how do we change these things, and how do we, these are the kind of incentives that will change from the hands of the government to the hands of the industry. I'll stop at that. I can go on and on, but I'll just stop at that.
Thank you so much, Dr. Siva, for that. In fact, you've touched upon a very interesting point, which I think links back to Mr. Mike. Thanks for being in, Mr. Mike. You want to take that up? You specifically mentioned how important government roles are. Now, Dr. Siva did pose this question. How do we bring some of these responsibilities to the private entities to make sure that we achieve what we're talking about here? What are your take on that? Please, Mr. Mike.
The economics is very simple. All recycling is subsidised because there isn't enough market pull. There's not enough value in these products. So whatever it is cheaper to landfill them or to litter them or pollute them, that's where it's going. So we have to change the market signal so that industry wants this material and is prepared to go and get it. Now, the problem is landfill is very cheap, particularly in Malaysia, but certainly in Australia. And also littering is free. So unless you change those incentives to say littering ceases to be free, i.e. people get penalised heavily, and B, landfill is more expensive, the only other alternative to those two is to subsidise recycling. And governments need to do all of those three. If we want to fundamentally change recycling and resource recovery around the world, we have to incentivise industry, and there are only 2 or 3 mechanisms. You either increase the price of landfill, penalise waste littering, or subsidise the activity, or subsidise the market in some way. That's it. And there's no amount of talking about all these other great ideas until you get those fundamentals right, because you just can't innovate your way to collecting up these tons of materials and getting them out of the environment or out of landfill. It's very simple. It's a very simple proposition for government.
Mr. Mike, if I can ask you, I must ask you one more question. Probably I missed you on this earlier. We're talking about all these national policies in place, and not just in Malaysia, but also I see there are strategic plans in Australia and so on. We're now moving towards showing that we are able to achieve these actions and targets that we've set. What do you think should be some of the milestones that we should be benchmarking our achievement to, while we have all this saying that, oh, it's already in the policy document, it's already there? When we talk about technology to address, waste handling, recovery, advanced recycling, what should be some of the mutual areas where we should be aspiring to achieve in that sense?
Well, there's only 3: price, regulation, or education. They're the instruments of government, and they need key performance indicators around each of them. Have they set the price or the market conditions to engage industry to go and collect these materials? In Australia, it's 2.5 million tonnes of plastic goes to landfill. If we want a circular economy, we've got to recover that 2.5 million tonnes. Only government can drive that out of landfill. Only government has the right levers to pull. So the key performance indicators are, do we have the right levers in place around pricing, regulation, and planning approvals to get industry to build that infrastructure? And then backed up with education and community engagement, obviously. But it's not a complicated plan. You can write it on one page. The issue here is not, the issue with plastic to the environment and to landfill is not a technology problem. It's a policy and government implementation problem. We're not willing to bear the price, which is exactly what the doctor just said. We as humans find it easier to pollute and cheaper to landfill, and we choose that because we're not prepared to pay for the alternative. Until we get beyond that by engaging with government to say it's not acceptable anymore, we're going to follow down the same path. So we need to change the way government think about this.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Mike, for that. I see the discussion has gotten to be very, very interesting. And in fact, some of the key areas that Mr. Mike has highlighted, we definitely should pick on that and address that further. Thank you once again to all the speakers and panelists. I think that's about the time that we have for session 1. Once again, thank you for making time, and thank you so much for the very informative presentation and inputs that all of you have given to each and every one of you. Too bad we missed Dr. Deborah, but thank you once again, Mr. Andrew, Mr. Mike, Ms. Teresa Ng, and Dr. Siva. With that, I would now pass the floor back to the MC, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cheryl, for moderating this session. We hope all of you enjoyed the first session. Without further ado, we now welcome Dr. Craig Miller as our moderator for session 2. The floor is yours, Dr. Craig.
Thank you, Pak Aslam. Okay, that was a really informative and interesting session, and it segues very nicely into what we're going to talk about now, the issues that Dr. Siva raised, that Mr. Mike and Mr. Andrew raised, and Ms. Teresa, around the systems and infrastructure and ways that we collect waste, the ways that we think about separating our waste, the processes that we apply, and the things that we need to do. One thing that there's a key difference, obviously, between Australia and Malaysia, and I hope that we'll be able to pick up on that in our forum discussion later on, is around the informal sector. Australia doesn't have that. We're more industrialized and corporatized in terms of our waste management and collection and those sorts of processes. We aren't necessarily as advanced as we'd like to be in that space, and certainly our speakers will pick up on that. But I think that hopefully that this session will allow us to round out some of the issues that were raised previously. So without further ado, I will call on our first speaker, who is Mr. Michael Asnakar. Now, Michael is the Health, Environment and Waste Manager for the Logan City Council. Now, Logan City, for those who don't know, is a local government area south of the Brisbane metropolitan area in southeast Queensland, so just south of where I'm sitting at the moment. Michael has held environmental and waste management roles in several city and shire councils in southeast Queensland and has been in his current position since 2016. Michael is going to be speaking to the management of waste and resource recovery in urban Australia, but he's also graciously agreed to talk about landfill management as well. Our intended speaker on that topic, Mr. Morne Hatting, has unfortunately had to withdraw because of ill health, and so Michael has graciously agreed to do that. Michael, the floor is yours. Cheryl, I think Michael needs you to move his slides for him. Thank you.
Dr. Craig, I hope you can see the slide on.
Yes, we can. Michael, you see that? You happy to go? Oh, might need to turn off the microphone, Michael. Turn on the microphone. Michael, we're not hearing anything from you. Cheryl, maybe just unshare for a minute just so we can see Michael and see if he's still there. Michael, are you having any joy with your microphone?
Going to change.
There we go. Fantastic. The floor is yours. Cheryl.
Is that working?
Yes, it is working now. Thank you.
Okay, apologies for that, everybody. Okay, so this is going to be just a bit of a brief backtrack in time, really, just to give a bit of a perspective of waste collection from sort of the mid-70s through to the current time. So if we just move to the next slide, thanks, Cheryl. So Logan became a shire. It was established as a shire in 1979, and under the Public Health Act, it had responsibility for removing rubbish from households or providing options for residents to self-haul disposal to prevent backyard incineration and other inappropriate disposal of waste. And before the advent of the modern side lift trucks and compaction vehicles, these 60-litre bins, they were called humper bins, were collected by runners with waste emptied into hoppers by hand. Privately owned landfills were not allowed back in the 70s, and therefore the onus on landfill management was solely given to the local government authorities. But then there was no real control on emissions management There was some day cover used to reduce odour, and some landfills may have used somewhat of a semi-permeable sediment on top of natural ground, but it was not a widely sort of practiced arrangement back then. Some of the change drivers back then were public health. That was the #1 priority during the period of time, with some advances in vehicle technology moving from the Bedford-style trucks in the 1930s through to the side open hopper that you see depicted on the slide here. So next slide. So moving into the mid-80s, so a company, J.J. Richards and Sons, introduced a fleet of what was then its recently developed side lift collection vehicles and the modern wheelie bin that we still use today. And the privatisation of waste collections created a market for contractors to innovate and drive efficiencies. And for Logan and for all local authorities, really, it meant that there was now a competitive market with economies of scale for a collection service, and the councils themselves could contract the service out to private waste companies and didn't have to undertake that service directly itself. Landfills were still deemed to be in the jurisdictions of local government, but there was some advancement in technologies with the impermeable synthetic liners starting to be introduced around the world. Next slide. A major piece of legislative reform occurred in Queensland in 1994, and that was the introduction of the Environmental Protection Act. The Act made specific reference to waste management, including the provisions around waste prevention and waste minimisation. The landfills, still operated by local governments primarily, were also now required to have an environmental licence and adhere to licence conditions around emissions and operations to ensure that they were operated to minimise pollution and impacts to the amenity of the neighbouring area, and further advancements in control technologies, particularly around the landfill lining arrangements and leachate capture arrangements for landfills. So compacted clay and the installation of synthetic impermeable liners was starting to become very common by the mid-90s. Next slide. So in 1995, Logan introduced a split bin. So a divider was put into the 240-litre wheelie bins, with the back part of the bin being used to capture recyclable materials and the front part of the bin being used for general waste. So that was rolled out in stages across the city. And if we just click the picture there, should bring up a different picture. Is that working? Yeah, you can see the truck there. So recyclables would, the idea recyclables would fall into the top half of the truck and general waste into the bottom half of the truck. So this was Logan City Council's move into dedicated recyclables collection back in the mid-90s. The first council in the region to introduce recycling was Pine River Shire, and that's just to the north of Brisbane. And then that was in the early 90s, and over the course of the next 5 to 10 years, all local governments in southeast Queensland rolled out recyclables collection. Probably, can you click that image again? Yeah, and as mentioned, during this period, landfill engineering also really came ahead in leaps and bounds, and privately owned landfills started to become established in Queensland as well. So it wasn't just councils operating landfills. Next slide. Yep, 2011, Logan City Council introduced a dedicated recycling bin. So all those dividers that were in the general waste bin to split the bin into recycling and general, they were all pulled out. So one dedicated general waste bin and one dedicated recycling bin, with weekly collection of general waste and fortnightly collection of recyclables. That was required. A lot of councils were going that way, so the increased generation of recyclable presentation per households, often recyclables there wasn't enough capacity in one bin to accommodate both general and recyclables. More acts of legislation were released during this time, and that changed the nature and responsibilities further. For example, Workplace Health and Safety Act introduced more responsibility for safety of customers, staff, etc. And the Waste Reduction and Recycling Act was also introduced by Queensland in 2011, and that reinforced the waste hierarchy with the importance of education to reduce, recover materials as opposed to sending to landfill. If we just click on the image. Yep. That's the one, 2020. Oh, yeah. So last year, Logan City Council introduced a 3-bin system. So the 3rd bin for garden organics. That's an opt-in service at the moment where residents can opt to pay an additional cost per year to have a 3rd bin for fortnightly collection of their garden waste. That is a service that's probably had about a 15% uptake in the city to date. And it's just another arrangement whereby instead of that garden waste being put into general waste and ending up in landfill, those enthusiastic residents who would like that service dedicated can opt to pay in for it. Next slide. So looking towards the future, the intent for the future arrangement is that every house is likely to receive a mandatory 3rd bin, with that 3rd bin to include food and garden organic waste. So that's a future arrangement that council's looking to implement. However, there's a lot of community education and engagement to be done around that. That bin would be collected weekly, and the existing general waste bin, which is currently collected weekly, would revert back to a fortnightly service. So there's obviously a few change drivers around there. There's increasing community expectation that that council do provide a dedicated organics collection and do something more useful with that waste rather than landfilling it, so composting it. And we've got some other drivers around the waste levy that's been introduced in Queensland or reintroduced more recently, which has a price path which is going to make landfilling more expensive for councils, and organics action plan by the state as well. So we're also looking at potentially establishing our own materials recovery facility to process our recyclables and retain the value of those commodities for the community rather than handing the ownership of those over to a private company. Next slide. So in terms of contractor management, just a few key things. Obviously, clear service expectations and specifications when you enter into a contract with a private provider, whether that be for collection or landfilling or recycling of commingled products, recyclables. But very much these arrangements work best when it's a true partnership and alliance type approach rather than a master-servant type arrangement. And you reinforce that through regular formal and informal contract meetings and establishing those strong relationships with the contract managers. Next slide. Just in terms of monitoring contractor performance, so increasingly we're using technology. This is just a screenshot from today. For example, it was late in the day, so many of the trucks were back in the depot, but you can see how we can monitor the location and the trail and collection status of all the vehicles servicing the city on any one day. And all those little icons you see are the drivers pressing a button to let us know whether the bin wasn't presented or it was too heavy or contaminated. And that helps our customer service staff answer any inquiries around missed bins and those types of things. Next slide. Tracking service numbers. So data is really important when it comes to contractor management. So just understanding what the demand is on new bins, replacement bin, missed bins. So we use a range of dashboards to give us some clear and quick data on what that's looking like and any spikes in missed bins or things like that can be very quickly identified and addressed with the contractor. Next slide. And that really wraps it up. That's the timeline in terms of that sort of little history lesson. So I might just hand it back to you, Mr. Chairman, Craig.
Excellent. No, thank you very much, Michael. That was fantastic, and raised a number of key points that hopefully we'll explore more when we get to the forum later on. I guess a couple of things that jump out to me. One is that it didn't happen overnight. This has been a process of change, progressive change. There's been government drivers, probably community expectations, and market opportunities for business to contribute solutions to that. And the fact that local government, in your case, City of Logan, looks to work closely with the industry providers as in a partnership arrangement rather than sort of a top-down command control, but also that you are validating what is happening as part of that process. It's not just a case of go away and do your thing, and you're not going to be accountable for your actions in terms of what you're doing with the waste pickups or the recycling or that sort of thing. I know we had a situation in Sydney recently where recycling was, for whatever reason, was going into one of the municipal solid waste trucks, and the community identified that, and there was a big outcry about that. So that's probably a very important part of the whole process. So thank you for that, Michael. It was really, really informative, and it does lead nicely into our next two speakers who are going to talk about some trials around source segregation and resource recovery in urban Malaysia. Now, our next speaker is Mr. Anthony Tan Kihua. Now, Anthony is currently the Executive Officer for the All-Party Parliamentary Group Malaysia on Sustainable Development Goals. He was a consultant to the Ministry for Environment and Water, CASA, under the coordinating body on the seas of East Asia, COBSEA, project to reduce marine plastic pollution. Today, he's going to be talking about the Petaling Jaya City Council trial to increase plastic recycling through local government and private sector cooperation. The floor is yours, Mr. Anthony.
First of all, thank you, Dr. Craig Miller. Thank you also to BIMA and the University of Queensland for this opportunity to share the experience gained through the case study of the pilot project carried out in the Petaling Jaya City Council, or in Malay, it's the Majlis Bandaraya Petaling Jaya of Malaysia. I hope you can hear me. Okay, thank you. The case study was developed as part of the Sea Circular project, reducing marine litter by addressing the management of plastic value chain in Southeast Asia, implemented by UNEP and COBSEA with funding support from the government of Sweden. This case study on Petaling Jaya's assessment tax rebate scheme, 3R, reduce, reuse, recycle, initiatives solving plastic solution at source, provides an overview how a local level government, the Petaling Jaya City Council, promotes waste separation at source through a combination of property tax incentives and public-private partnership. Cheryl, will you share or? Right, thank you very much. Okay. Now, I think something that needs to be very clearly made known is that in Malaysia, we have this act called Act 672, which is the Solid Waste and Public Cleansing Act, gazetted on 30th of August 2007. In Malaysia, we have 13 states. However, only 6 states and 2 federal territories joined the Act. These are known as 672 states. And the state of Selangor is not one of those states that has implemented Act 672. So there is no legal compulsion for assessment payers to actually separate their waste in Selangor. So this is actually something which MPPJ recognized as something being very important if you're talking about going into this waste separation and also in collecting waste for the purpose of going into the circular economy. So the low carbon city task force or low carbon green city task force of Petaling Jaya was established to develop action plans, policies, and related programs such as rebate scheme. In 2011, the PJ City Council was the first local council in Malaysia to introduce and implement the assessment tax rebate scheme for eco-friendly house owners in Malaysia. It is known as the rebate scheme. The rebate scheme is offered to house owners who take the initiative in making their homes more environmentally friendly in terms of energy, water, biodiversity, waste management, or transportation. So what is being presented right now on the screen is the Climate City Plan, trying to reduce 4 kilotons of CO2 emissions via the rebate scheme, inclusiveness of rich and poor. It is complementary in terms of the Green Building Index or similar accreditation to receive higher plot ratio or density. And the rebate from separation of waste is equivalent to 2 to 3 years of sales of recyclables. Next, please. This is an overview of the initiative. So what we are looking at is the middle, which is the waste portion or waste component. Waste composting, eco-enzyme making, recycling, reuse, reduce of resources. Next, please. So the intervention that came up is specific solutions identified and applied. In the case of Bandar Utama is one of the 2 areas in which this pilot project took place. MPPJ worked with a local recycling company called KPT Recycle Sdn Bhd or Private Limited to organize the sorting and transport of the materials. For a new project, Nestle Malaysia and MPPJ partnered with KPT as well with Tetra Pak Malaysia to carry out the project. The Bandar Utama pilot provided an excellent basis for the planning of this project. Next, please. These are just visuals of how the crew actually collects waste in tailgate sorting, which is not the best way to do it. Next, please. So here is the challenge to get people to separate their waste, dry mix recyclable waste or DMR, and non-recyclable waste. As what Dr. Siva was saying earlier, the challenge is if you do this and the regular collector of waste comes, everything goes into one collection truck. But here, what MPPJ has instituted is the non-recyclable waste is collected by the regular collection company, and the dry mix recyclable waste is collected by KPT. The yellow boxes are used to identify the recycling. Next, please. I believe it was brought up that it's very important to have engagement with the community, and here indeed the engagement was done. Door-to-door engagement was done with members of the community. Leaflets were distributed. Residents Association was engaged with meetings and roadside banners, and the collection trucks actually were clearly identified with logo, site printing, and also with the jingle. So whenever residents heard the jingle, then they knew that the truck was coming. Next, please. So here, the formal collection service for DMR was introduced. Transparent bag for initial collection, the first 4 weeks of the collection, and then after which residents have shown their commitment, the yellow box will be distributed to those who are participating in the recycling. Next, please. So here you have the unloading of the collection of dry mixed recyclables, sorting of the DMR, sorted DMR placed in jumbo bag for metal bin. The weight of the sorted DMRs will be measured and recorded, and DMR will be mechanically recycled. All this is done in one facility. Next, please. So this is a chart, two charts showing the collection of the waste through this project between MPPJ and Nestle. You can see that the collections generally rose with a slight dip in March 2021. Just for your information, February 2021 was Chinese New Year. So there was an increase in the recyclables collected. The number of residents or percentage of participation, we started off with 40% and rose as high as 75%. So this is actually quite remarkable. Two areas, Bandar Seri Damansara, which started in October, reached a height of 75%, and Ara Damansara, another location within the Petaling Jaya City Council, started a month later and it achieved 53% in just a matter of 4 months. Next, please. So this chart shows the waste composition of DMR collected between October 2020 to March 2021. Paper carton boxes, 41%, plastic, 14%, glass, 10%, non-recyclables, 24%, metal, 6%, then you have used beverage cartons, 2%, and others, 3%. Next, please. These other areas have actually been included over the 1.5 years or so. And I'm glad to say that these phase 2 collection areas are all running smoothly. Next, please. Now, based on the success of the pilot project that Nestle conducted with MPPJ, they have now expanded to have pilot tests being done in the cities of Subang Jaya, which is Majlis Bandaraya Subang Jaya, and the city of Shah Alam, which is the capital city of Selangor, the state of Selangor, which is the Majlis Bandaraya Shah Alam. This began somewhere in June of this year, and it's most likely that this will be expanded throughout the city. So I've actually managed to compress 21 pages of a report into something like 10 minutes. I hope that this gives you a flavor of what took place, but the report is available on the COPSI website, and I believe Cheryl will be able to direct you to it. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Anthony. That was really interesting and raises a number of issues for me that I hope that we can explore further in the discussion afterwards, particularly around scaling up. I think scaling up and institutionalizing these processes. And I was also intrigued that in your partnership, you're working directly with Nestle and taking mixed recyclables to their plant. And Mr. Michael earlier alluded to that in Australia we now have an increasing number of dedicated materials recovery facilities where mixed recycling goes to, and then they get sorted out and separated and sent off to the different, the different recyclers, whether it's aluminium cans or plastics or paper and cardboard and that sort of thing. So it'll be interesting to look at that a bit further later on.
Yeah, sorry, Craig, Dr. Craig, sorry. The recyclables are collected by this company called KPT, and the sorting is done by KPT at their resource sorting center.
I'm so sorry. I thought I know what this is.
Thank you for that. Thanks, Mr. Anthony, for clarifying that.
Sure.
Right, we will move on. We've got quite a bit to get through. So our next speaker is following in the line of Mr. Anthony is Ms. Josephine Tan Mei Ling. Now, Josephine says that she's a proud born and bred Penangite, and she's been the General Manager for the Penang Green Council since 2019. State Government of Penang established the council in 2011 to promote and drive sustainable development in Penang. Prior to becoming the General Manager, Ms. Josephine was the Special Officer in charge of the Environment Portfolio in the Penang State Government. She's been actively involved in environmental policy making, educational awareness, and international environmental networking throughout her career. And today she's going to be speaking about the Penang Green Council's trial on source separation of plastics from general waste that also was part of the COBC circular plastics project to reduce marine plastic pollution. Ms. Josephine, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Craig Miller, the moderator of the day. Let me share my screen here. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Craig. Yeah. First of all, thank you very much for MIMA and of course the University of Queensland that invited Penang Green Council to share on Malaysia-Australia dialogue series on combating marine plastic pollutions. And okay, just a little bit of sharing on Sea Circular project on what we are doing in Penang, Malaysia, because Penang is simply an island with the populations of 1.78 people. And yeah, let me start off with, I will just skip Penang Green Council. Yeah, we have established, it's a government state agency that established in 2011. And we focus very much on nurtures, facilitates and coordinates environmental causes in Penang. And of course, we focus very much on environment education and awareness. So for Sea Circular project, basically it is developed as part of the Sea Circular project, same as Mr. Anthony that shared just now for the Petaling Jaya. Penang State is also one of the state that has been selected for this project. Focus very much on reducing marine litter by addressing the management of the plastic value chain in Southeast Asia. And basically this pilot project aims to reduce the usage of single-use plastic. Secondly, promote waste segregation at source and also increase the recovery of plastics and encourage circular economy concept in the communities. So for these case studies, we focus on two locations that we name it as Taman Bagan Lalang. This is a residential area. And second, Kampung Permatang Nibong. Kampung Permatang Nibong is a suburban areas that located in our mainland, because in the whole Penang State, we are separated into, we have only two local councils. There will be local councils of the city councils of Penang Island and also the city councils of mainland. So this project, we are collaborating together and work together with the local councils of Seberang Perai at the mainland. So we have conducted a pilot project, so with the aims of, as just now I mentioned. So this pilot project, apart from the local councils, actually this is closely engaged with the both communities environment resource center and also with the local residents, and of course together with our academicians from our University Science Malaysia, because together basically we have introduced a model that we name it as Planting Green Community Model. So in order to enhance the circular economy practices, especially for our practices, so within a community, so we introduced these Planting Green Community models. These models has outlined the main 6 key steps, starting from identifying community problems and challenges, because we will hold closely together with the community engagement. So basically our officers has reached out the local communities to start off with dialogues and understand the local problems and challenges that they are facing. So after that, we are moving in, setting up a platform for education and recycling center. So further up, we have coordinating with our Sustainable Neighborhood Development Program. This is a program that we developed. It's a conceptual framework that packed inside this PGC model. It aims to enable the implementations of long-term behavioral changes that focus very much on bottoms-up actions, because it is driven by a group of community in partnership with top-down resourcing and facilitations and coordinations by us and the local councils. So this program actually is educated in the form of education talk, sharing, and capacity building workshops that we will have it together with the local communities, mainly to educate and also to let the local community understand why today waste segregation is so important in terms of reducing our waste. Then because in Penang, we have a waste segregation at source policies that has been launched since 2016, and it is supported by a bylaw. So we on the very frequent basis, actually our officers will come up with a door-to-door surveys, and of course to talk and organize a series of workshops together with the local communities. So of course we were followed by implementations and monitoring for all the sessions. In this particular Sea Circular project, we have introduced a circular plastic kiosk for the local communities, for both Taman Bagan Lalang and also for Kampung Permatang Nibong, simply to really introduce the circular economy concept to the local communities and how to close the loop for the plastic waste. So there are a few key findings for us after we have implemented this Sea Circular project. So through these PGC models, basically it plays a very crucial role in driving the shift from take, make, use, waste culture to a 4R lifestyle. So the local communities is starting to practice recycling and how to close the loop. And because of the SNDP framework, it provides a space for the local communities to voice their ideas and concerns. So this is very much helpful for us, especially when we are starting to make a better decision. So for plastic waste collections is rolled out in phases to avoid confusion and also allow our people to grow customers to waste segregation. So in these whole workshops, basically we will start to teach or educate our local communities basically how to segregate your waste into more effective ways. And of course, we will follow up with the infrastructure readies for these two pilot projects. So new skills from training not only support ongoing environmental initiative, but also providing self-sufficiency among these vulnerable groups. Because by promoting or by introducing the simple plastic kiosk, plastic mini kiosk, the local communities will manage to learn from the plastic waste, and then through the plastic mini kiosk, they will come up with a upcycling product and products that they can sell it back to the local communities on that. So it is very much that they can make some life living, right? Earn from all the products that they generate from the plastic mini kiosks. So there are some lessons learned from these two pilot projects. So we learned that the carrot and stick approach by the state government and also by Penang Green Council is crucial to change the consumption behaviors of our people. So of course, secondly, we understand that the market enablers for recycled plastic must be established in order to encourage the recycled plastic products. So thirdly, we understand that the effective strategies can only be built when the gap between the state government, the market, for example, the private sectors, and also the civil society has to be bridged together. So of course, the development of a waste database is also very crucial and critical for monitoring performance and also assessing the effectiveness of the current and future projects. So, and finally, the ownership and commitment from the local communities is also very critical in developing and sustaining the projects. So this is roughly a very basic on what happened in Sea Circular project, and not to forget that we have the way forward for Sea Circular project. We won't stop after we have implemented for these two pilot projects. So we come up with a new projects to support as a way forward. We name it as a Trash-Free Penang. So it is to introduce as part of the initiative to continue promote the circular economy practices. So by using the same model, we are using PGC model as a campaign. So to educate the local communities about the importance of waste segregation, and also we have managed to replicate into another four environment resource center in Penang. So we wish to inspire more with our other state in Malaysia. So thank you very much, Dr. Craig. This is my presentations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Josephine. No, that's excellent. Look, some of the previous talks today have talked about the need for top-down government regulation and how important that is, but you've highlighted how crucial taking that bottom-up community approach really is, both in terms of engaging the community and understanding the issues and opportunities available to them, demanding that, having a community demand of government that they work to address the issues, but also providing opportunities for the community to be involved in the solutions too. So thank you very much for that. That was excellent. Really appreciate it. Right. Our final speaker for today, before we move to our forum discussion, is Dr. Georgina Davis. Dr. Georgina is the Chief Executive Officer of the Waste Management and Recycling Industry of Queensland. This association is Queensland's peak body for materials recovery and the waste disposal industry, and it engages in a broad range of issues of strategic importance to the sustainability and development of the sector, including carbon management and efforts towards achieving a circular economy. Dr. Georgina, like Dr. Siva, is a chartered waste manager and is also a chartered environmentalist, and she holds several board positions and various roles on government bodies and statutory authorities. She also owns and operates the Waste to Opportunity enterprise. Dr. Georgina, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Craig. Can everyone see my presentation and hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Lovely. So thank you so much for the introduction, and thank you everyone who's still online. It's always tough being the last speaker of the sessions, particularly when you're trying to come up with something new that other speakers haven't yet got to or covered. So today I want to actually, given the limited time and the theme of this session, I actually wanted to give you almost a brief case study around plastics. So it sets the scene of what we're doing here in Queensland and gives a little bit of practical insight. So one of the things that hasn't been mentioned by our speakers this afternoon, even though they've given you an incredible overview of Queensland legislation, is obviously we have a national policy and regulatory framework that also sits over the top of that, that also applies to waste and recyclables. We had a new government, federal government, in May 2022. They have a very strong policy agenda of building manufacturing and remanufacturing onshore here in Australia where possible. And the previous government really started a national waste policy that had 7 key areas to it. One of those, most interestingly, was the Australian waste export bans. So we've been progressively banning the shipment offshore of unprocessed wastes, unprocessed dried recyclables, and we're moving very much down a more ethical and environmentally driven agenda of ensuring that we are only exporting recycled content, and in particular polymer that's ready to be remanufactured. So a lot of change. The national export bans are well underway, with most of them being finalised by 2024, but there's already a lot relating to plastic in place. And those other 7 national waste policy targets, as I said, we've got the ban. We've got one that phases out or seeks to phase out problem plastics. And we've also got one, for example, that seeks to increase recycled content domestically. So the case study I really wanted to talk about this afternoon was a little bit about agricultural plastics. Obviously, agricultural plastics do pose risks to terrestrial environment, and subsequently they can be released to riverine and marine environments, particularly micro and nanoplastics, and particularly in a country, or Queensland recently has always been very subject to climatic events. But with climate change, we're certainly seeing more heavy rainfall events, more flooding, and the sorts of events and fires. So becoming, looking at that proper disposal and recovery of things like plastics is becoming increasingly important in our changing environment. We have mentioned earlier, and I think one of the other speakers mentioned it, is that although plastics, and there's an awful lot of very irrelevant plastics out there that we could easily phase out and we should phase out, that actually plastics do have a range of beneficial applications, not only in medical applications, for example, but particularly in agriculture. They have significantly reduced our use of water, our use of chemicals, the need for labour, and in some cases they've improved soil health. So plastics are not all bad, that we do certainly use a lot of them in agriculture for beneficial uses, but we need to be more responsible about what happens to them at end of life. I have mentioned that obviously there's a strong drive to build a circular economy and onshore recycling and remanufacturing capacity. The truth is, though, Australia is quite a small market. We're only 24, 25 million people. Queensland has only just over 5 million people. And Queensland is the most geographically diverse state when you start looking not only at our agricultural applications, but also where we live. So our communities are highly remote and regionally placed as well. Data is always an issue on the volume and types of plastics. And I think the old adage of you can't manage anything unless you've actually got the data around it is very true. What makes it also very difficult is some of the agricultural plastics in particular that actually are imported into the country, there's no visibility of them. They don't go through traditional resellers or traditional markets. Farmers are very good at saving money, particularly on their operational costs. And it's not unusual for them to get onto Alibaba in the evening and start ordering products and inputs into their processes that are then shipped in, which the officials have no visibility of. So actually trying to get good data on the volumes and types of plastics in this market can be very challenging. And what I really want to dwell on as well is the current product stewardship investigations. So one of the items for managing, or an environmental management strategy for managing plastics, obviously, is product stewardship that hasn't yet been covered today. So as I said, there's a broad type of plastics that we're using, all very mainstream. Most of them are single use or single type plastics. What does make them quite difficult though to treat, particularly the films, is that they can be highly contaminated. So they can have 130, 200% of contamination by weight made up of soil, organic matter. There's concerns if they've come into contact with livestock or pathogens or chemicals and those other things. So whilst at face or top down, they look like, single use, easy to recover materials, there's a lot of issues out there associated with that. I won't dwell on this too heavily. I think we've all seen the closed loop plastic supply chain. As I said, we do have some ag product manufacturers in Australia, but nowhere near enough to recover and remanufacture domestically the plastics that we're actually importing. So there's a big need out there to increase our infrastructure capacity. But it's a bit like the chicken and the egg about what comes first. In order to stimulate those markets onshore and stimulate the build and operation of manufacturing and remanufacturing facilities, we actually need to make sure that we can get the feedstock and that feedstock is of the right quality, the right type, comes at the right time, is in sufficient volumes into the longer term to justify those sorts of investments. And as I said, our market here in Queensland, particularly with agricultural plastics, they are subject to contamination. As I said, a lot of our communities are regional and remote. So for a high volume product, you know, where do we then locate our infrastructure? Do we have to bring them back down to Southeast Queensland for remanufacturing? What does the transport footprint look like? So there's lots of questions that we still need to ask, and it's really why data is just so important. You've all seen the waste hierarchy. Obviously, you know, where possible, we do prevent the use of single-use plastics, but given the significant environmental benefits that some of them have, a lot of these products are going to be here into the future. Can we substitute the polymer types? There is a lot of work being done on biodegradables. Some of the biodegradables we know, or there are significant concerns out there into the intermediary products of degradation and the impacts to soil health and productivity that those plastics may have, particularly where you just plough them back into the land and then relay them again. We also then, you know, if they're a degradable or biodegradable product, you know, how do they then react or travel or stay in that soil framework? Do they go into the food chain? Are they easily rinsed into our aquatic environment? So there's still, again, a lot of information that we need in these areas. In relation to, you know, reusable plastic, we have seen loss of functionality. So some of the products, you know, rather than having a film that's out for one season, the manufacturers are saying, well, if we manufacture it thicker, you can leave it down for 2 seasons or 2 years. Some of those products really do not have the functionality that agriculture is demanding, particularly Queensland, we're tropical, subtropical. Summers get very hot. We've got very high ultraviolet UV radiation levels. Plastics just left outside in the environment do tend to perish quite quickly. So we've got all of these sort of questions. And then one of the other issues, looking sort of at the bottom of the least preferable part of the triangle there, is we've actually got a lot of historic stockpiles on farms. So because this material's been high volume, there's been nowhere to take it. There's been no incentive to remove it from the farm, particularly if you have to pay for transport or landfill disposal. Some farms have actually been stockpiling the plastics. So what do we do with those historical plastics? Particularly given the risks of fire, risks of flood, we do not want them to stay in the environment. But the flip side is, how do we get enough incentive or enough funding to actually remove these from the environment? And this is a complete question around product stewardship and where product stewardship has to start and end. So I mentioned, and this is my last slide, just about, you know, sort of to address some of the problems that I've gone through. There's been a lot of focus at federal level and increasingly at state government level on the opportunities of product stewardship. As I said, you can see these are sort of the existing data that we have. So as I said, we are a small market, even though we've got a considerably sized agricultural sector for the size of our population. But so far, we think we've got around 110,000 tonnes per year of plastic that's used on farms. As I said, I think that's a gross under-exaggeration or gross estimation of what we actually have, but that was actually what we were able to measure. So product stewardship, obviously, as you'll all be aware, is, you know, an approach to managing the impacts of those different products and materials on the environment and indeed on human health and safety. In Australia, we typically have 3 different types of product stewardship schemes. The first one is industry-led. So those tend to be completely voluntary schemes. We have co-regulatory arrangements, which are between industry and government. And then we have mandatory schemes that are actually set and designated under laws. So one of our most successful mandatory schemes is the oil recycling scheme that we have. And then we have co-regulatory arrangements for TVs and computers and plastics and packaging. So the Australian Packaging Covenant requires companies over a certain size to minimise their packaging waste. And that is actually a form of co-regulatory arrangement under a product stewardship scheme. And then we have those government accredited, purely industry-led voluntary schemes, things like Mobile Muster that takes back mobile phones and uses them for charitable purposes. We have tyres. We also have something called the Big Bag Recovery that collects and recycles bags, plastic bags used for products over 15 kilograms or 15 litres. So there's a range of different schemes out there. Some of them are more successful than others. What I would say is certainly the ones that are mandated or have that form of co-regulation have typically performed much better than those that are purely voluntary. The schematic there also has a couple of existing product stewardship scheme investigations. So the national government have a product stewardship scheme investment fund, and funding provided last year that ran into many millions of Australian dollars did again focus a lot on plastics, and ag plastics was very topical, front of mind for the last government. So one of them is APCO again, so the Australian Packaging Covenant Organisation. They're looking at polypropylene plant pot recycling. We have Dairy Australia, who are looking at circular economy opportunities for silage wrap, because obviously the dairy industry over here uses a lot of that. And then we have an RM consulting project looking at all non-packaging agricultural plastics. Probably, you know, the one scheme I've not mentioned on that schematic is Drum Muster. So Drum Muster is one of our oldest product stewardship schemes. It was started in 1999. They've collected over 40 million containers to date. It's a great example of what can be done, but its scope is very limited. So it's only focusing on ag chemical containers and chemical containers for farming of a particular size. But to support that product stewardship scheme, there is actually a levy of 6 cents per kilogram or per litre on every container piece of packaging that is sold with an ag chemical or a vet chemical in it. And that scheme doesn't make any money, but at least at the moment it's covering its costs. But that levy will need to go up again into the future. So lots of opportunities out there. I think product stewardship is a little bit of a bottom-up and top-down approach, depending on its structure. But we certainly got a lot more work to do here in Australia in this area. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Georgina. That was fantastic and really good to get that industry perspective and providing insights into, I guess, some of the drivers and opportunities for industry. And as you mentioned, stewardship can be something that's driven by the sector, by the industry, and be a voluntary system, or it can be imposed by government or directed by government. And that certainly is an important mechanism for helping industry provide to a market. I think there's a nice segue with some of the things that Mr. Mike Ritchie was talking about earlier, about that markets are created. And you've highlighted some of the challenges for Australia being a small market in terms of both supply and demand, and that there's a need somehow to, even if it's cost neutral or makes a small profit, but to get those sorts of things created to help industry provide the solutions. Right, we might just move on to our forum session now. We've had 4 very fantastic talks. Unfortunately, Mr. Mornay-Hatton couldn't talk today, as I mentioned earlier, because of illness, but that was covered very nicely by Mr. Michael, and really appreciate that. Now, implementing source separation of plastic and other recyclable materials at scale is going to be a huge challenge for Malaysia. We've seen some case studies. And in doing so, there's a need to consider investment in collection and recovery infrastructure, human behaviour change, institutionalising through contracts and regulation, and also the livelihoods of the informal sector need to be considered. We haven't really touched on that very much. And I'd like to get comments from all of our speakers, but we'll start first with Ms. Josephine, I think, about some of your perspective on the constraints or barriers to rolling out or scaling up source separation and resource recovery across Malaysia, and how these barriers might be overcome. Ms. Josephine.
Thank you very much, Dr. Craig. I think the first, when we approach for the local communities, right, the first barriers, the challenges is that they have lack of knowledge on how to segregate the waste, especially if it comes to plastic, right? They we will realize that in the recycling bin that we prepared for the local communities or for the high-rise building is usually they will mix together. They know basically we will have to segregate for plastic, right? We have to clean it, or if you don't have to clean it, you just rinse it, yeah, and then separate into the bottles. For example, I take PET bottles as an examples. Basically, it has the labels on that. It has the bottles, the covers on that. Basically, if the correct segregations waste will be, you need to separate it into few forms. But the main thing that happens here will be they don't know how to segregate. They don't know which one is which can be recyclable or which cannot be recycled. They will simply mix together for all the things. So one of the biggest challenge that we face is they don't know, they lack of knowledge on that. So in order to counterback on that, we have those workshops, environment workshops, and of course we have we're starting from a younger generations actually. We have starting from the Penang Green School, right? We start to educate the younger generations on some knowledge and how important, why we need to segregate and how to segregate into basic forms first. So at least for some of our communities, they have the basic knowledge and skills how to separate. For papers and metals and other kinds will be easier for them. But when it comes to plastic, it is quite challenging in terms of the, So education non-stoply, apart from all the policies or the bylaws that the government has implemented, but we have to really educate the local communities, and the buy-in from them is really important.
Excellent, thank you. Mr. Anthony, is it as simple as just rolling out trials across the country and letting it happen organically? How will you create that momentum to get source separation into recyclables and green waste and landfill waste? How can you get that to happen across Malaysia?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Craig. I think the first action that needs to be taken is to get people to understand that organic waste and non-organic waste should not be mixed. That's the biggest, I think that's the biggest problem. I think Josephine would agree. That's one of the biggest challenges that we have around here. So if they actually manage to separate it, then we will encourage them to compost whatever organic waste that they have. That's one way of reducing organic matter from going into the landfill. So that's number one. Number two, what happened as a prelude to the, if you can say that, a prelude to the case study in Petaling Jaya is the city council themselves took it upon themselves to start a waste segregation trial in 12 locations within one particular neighborhood. So they did collection by the city council workers, not by the garbage collectors. So they went from lane to lane, house to house, educating people that please separate your recyclables and put that aside so that when the city council workers come, they just collect the recyclables. So that was the first stage. That caught the attention of Nestle. And then only Nestle got on board together with Tetra Pak. So it's not something that the city council and Nestle got together and said, okay, we'll do this. No, it actually started from the city council and then it was expanded to Nestle. Nestle said, this is really good idea. Why don't we try it out in 2 neighborhoods? And from there, they went to another 10 neighborhoods and now they're in a total of 3 different cities. So it has to be something that the private sector that is doing I would call it EPR if there's no other better term. Private sector that wants to get into EPR has to find a local council that is willing to work with them. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Michael, is it as simple as the council just providing infrastructure and saying this is going to happen? You know, we've now got new trucks, and you know it will happen. What advice would you give based on your experiences to Malaysia?
You know, I think it sounds simple, and you know, there's always a difficult decision for councils in that. Yes, we can make it happen, but alongside that is the additional cost to make it happen. So, you know, implementing recycling, it's an additional cost burden even back in 1995 when these things were rolled out. So, I mean, ultimately the community pays for this one way or another. The cheapest way to get rid of unwanted items is to have one bin and landfill it. So without the appropriate regulation, incentives and market signals and levies, the drivers just won't be there to have recyclables and organics diverted away from the most cheapest option. So this is a thing that that councils grapple with, and we know with the price path of the landfill levy in Queensland that the cost per household is going to increase significantly over the course of the next 10 years. So do we have them pay that as a landfill levy, or instead do we provide them with additional or different services where that money can be used to actually divert waste from landfill through rolling out, you know, food and garden waste organics collection? So, you know, it's a combination of those underlying drivers which generates the change. And the comment around community education, I mean, we've been educating the community on what bin to put recyclables in for nearly 30 years. And, you know, 2 out of 10 households still grossly contaminate recycling bins. And, you know, I think it comes down to, you can try and educate some people as much as you want. Ultimately, if they're lazy, couldn't care less, they're just going to treat bins as some place to put their unwanted items. And that's where we swing in with penalties, removing recycling bins, and those other, you know, stick instruments to get the behaviour that we expect.
Yeah, absolutely. And certainly I know that there's a lot of wish cycling that goes on where people would like to think that their kettle or their vacuum cleaner can be recycled by putting it in a yellow bin.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's right.
Dr. Georgina, what is industry's place in this? Are you a driver, from an Australian industry perspective, are you a driver of source separation and creating the markets, or are the beneficiary? What sort of perspective could you give to Malaysia from industry's perspective?
Okay, I think we can be both. Certainly over here, industry works very closely with council. And you have to have a close partnership to make sure that everything from the education of households, the provision of infrastructure is there. Here we've got, you know, and Andrew covered off on some quite steep targets, recycling targets that Queensland has set, and we've got other targets in other documents. At the moment, we're not on trend to meet those targets. I think, you know, we've got a lot of work to do. Industry is absolutely probably the best placed to be building and running the infrastructure, be it waste management, recycling infrastructure, remanufacturing infrastructure. Council, really, why would it want to be investing huge amounts of money on a technology that may or may not be appropriate in 10, maybe 15 years' time? So industry tends to have a lot of experience. Our financial risk is different. If a council got an infrastructure mix wrong, and there are examples of that in Australia where councils have invested in the wrong infrastructure, it's ultimately the ratepayers that pay for that infrastructure, that pay for that mistake. So why not let the private industry take that financial risk? That's what we're used to. But we absolutely need the state government and local government to come together, and, you know, we need to work as a team if we are going to address the waste challenge and the climate challenge ahead of us.
Fantastic. Yes. That was going to be a question I was going to ask, is who pays? You know, so from Malaysia, who pays? Who would pay? Who would be expected to pay to implement this system, the source separation system? Mr. Anthony?
As I said, we have the Act 672, which actually is supposed to compel the ratepayer to do the separation, whether it's a household or whether it's industry. The problem is, as per the beginning of my presentation, there are states that are not under Act 672 or who have not adopted Act 672, and there are states that have adopted. So Selangor is one that has not adopted. The positive part about what's happening in PJ is we started on a premise that if you already do waste separation, you get a rebate on your assessment tax. If you, for example, there are 5 areas, if you use public transport, you get a reduction in your assessment tax. You can get up to 100% reduction for a year.
Okay.
And if you do a mixture and you are smart enough to play the game, you can actually get 100% assessment rebate, 100% for maybe 3 to 4 years. Okay?
Yeah, fantastic.
Okay, so now the question is that a way of getting, one way of getting ratepayers to actually do the separation? Because of all the 5, separating the waste is actually a no-brainer. But people don't do it because they are not incentivized to do it. In states that have 672, it's a stick. If you don't separate, you get a fine. Here in Selangor, if you don't separate it, no problem. If you separate it, particularly in the Petaling Jaya City Council, you get a rebate. It's a positive thing. And it's nowhere else in Malaysia is it done. The only other country that I know is in Taiwan and also in Norway.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is one positive way. Whether it's going to affect the income of the city council, of course it will take a little bit of a dent, but the positive part of it is they're reducing the amount of garbage that's going into the landfill. People will start looking at what can I compost, what can I recycle, and what finally I cannot do anything with it. It goes to the normal collector. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I want to move to landfills because, and we haven't really touched too much on it except for what Mr. Michael has talked about today. The landfill situation in Malaysia is that these are unconstrained and uncontained largely. It's just mass dumping, consolidated, mixed and consolidated waste. The waste pickers go through and picks up out of it, and they're very leaky. They leak to the environment, and a significant amount of plastics and other pollution gets into the waterways and what have you from these landfills. Both Mr. Michael and Dr. Georgina, has Australia got any experience in cleaning up this sort of situation? Where we've had either historic or contemporary unconstrained, uncontained landfills, and what advice could you give on fixing that, remediating those things?
The active landfill at Browns Plains the council's landfill, I think it's almost a case study in cells which were constructed back in the late 80s through to how we construct them now. The design of the landfills is a lot different now than it was back in the late 80s. So implementing those leachate containment systems and utilising a composite lining layer which captures leachate, implementing the methane capture system throughout the cells, recirculating leachate to speed up the decomposition and those types of things. So certainly the evolution of the designs are there and can sort of be witnessed almost in one facility from one cell, one of the older cells through to the newer, and plenty of work in terms of remediating landfills. However, I remember back in the 90s, the government provided a lot of funding to councils to do landfill remediation assessments on old landfills. And nobody took them up because they were scared of what they would find and then have to spend millions of dollars fixing it up.
Yep.
So it's a very costly exercise. And there's hundreds of, well, probably thousands of former landfills across the country that have simply been left to sort of, I suppose, decompose. And 30 years later, I think all of the environmental harm's probably been and gone. But there's plenty of sites around the country that have, that are of an age where they weren't constructed to any sort of modern design.
Sure. Dr. Georgina, have you got any comments on that?
So, obviously now landfill conditioning, environmental performance is key. And we have come a long way in the last sort of 20, 30 years. The Queensland government has made a very conscious effort, as have other state governments across Australia, to close some of those smaller, unlined, unmanned type landfills down. It has been tricky in some very remote areas of Queensland. We're talking about geographical areas where you may only have 600 households, but you're looking at 127,000 square kilometres. So there isn't the ratepayer base to really put a high spec, high technology landfill liner in, but those residents still need a point of disposal for their waste. But for the most part now, every single landfill is designed, brand new landfill is designed and operated to the highest specifications. And as I said, there has been that rolling program of closing historical poorly constructed landfills and replacing them with waste transfer stations. All of the private industry, our landfills are also subject to what we call financial assurance. So there are license conditions about how we operate the landfill, how we construct the landfill, how we then close the landfill. And there is a financial, almost insurance policy that we give to the state government to make sure that we comply with that. So if we don't comply, the state government has enough funding to actually do that remedial work for us.
Okay. Ms. Josephine, are you aware of any moves or drives in Malaysia to address the landfill problem? Whether it's through creating new modern landfills or remediating existing leaky landfills?
And in Malaysia, I'm not very sure for Malaysia context, but for Penang, right, we have one and only landfill that located in our mainland. But for our landfill, basically it's a sanitary landfill. So yeah, it has a proper the leachate treatments and all that, and then the state government and the local council is looking forward for having a material recovery facilities in there. So in future, that is the way forward for our sanitary landfill. Yep. So, and another one, we are looking for the potential of waste to energy as well. Yeah.
Okay. No, thank you for that. Okay, just we're coming to an end, but I will just ask, in the spirit of the comprehensive strategic partnership, Mr. Anthony and Ms. Josephine, what could Australia contribute to help Malaysia address the issue of source separation and waste management and creating that promotion of sorting out your recyclable materials?
That's a tough one.
Sorry to put you on the spot.
Well, I agree with Mr. S. Nika that it is not a technology situation. Technology is already there. Quite often, it is actually the general. I won't use the word ignorance. People know that they're supposed to separate. I mean, I've been to fast food joints where it clearly says paper only, and then I see ice being thrown into the paper bin. But I think what PJ is doing is perhaps in the right direction. We are trying to impose on the person on the street, you must separate into A, B, C, D. I know there's an island in Japan, they actually have 99 separations. It's totally ridiculous, but they actually practice it over the last, I think, 30 to 50 years. They separate into 100 bins. But what PJ is doing is collect all the dry recyclables and then send it to a central sorting area. Make sure that a company has the facilities to do the sorting and to do the recycling there on site. Not to waste even more petrol or diesel sending to a different area where cans go there, cardboard goes there. A central site for separation and recycling to be done there. Thank you.
Ms. Josephine?
Yep. I think for Penang is very much different because we don't have a central site for segregation. So because for in our market there is a sort of open free market that recyclers and collectors they can collect it, because our local council wants they collect for all the recyclables and all that. So it's by the subcontractors, so they can send it to the nearby collection centers, buyback centers and all that. So it's good if we have a central site for segregation on that. This is the first one. Secondly, and how probably maybe Australia side can share with us on the creative way on how to educate our people on segregations on that. Yeah, we can learn some of the creative ways. For example, the color bins on that, then probably can be adopted in Penang. Thirdly, waste to energy technologies that we are looking forward to implement in our landfill on that. Thank you, Dr. Craig.
Thank you. Mr. Michael, do you have a closing comment or message or insight?
Oh, I think as you mentioned earlier, it's a journey. It's not an overnight fix, and it really relies on a combination of a whole range of policy, financial, and market signal drivers to see the changes coming through. And often, the infrastructure is sometimes, can be sometimes seen as it's easy to roll out recycling bins to communities. It's the community engagement, education, and understanding that is also the critical part in making sure that the infrastructure that's provided and the services that are provided are used appropriately to deliver the best outcomes.
Excellent. Dr. Georgina?
I think for me, and I think Dr. Craig, you mentioned it earlier about externalities. We certainly do not cost our externalities into either the products that we consume and purchase, or certainly into our waste management. And I think something that we probably need to do better here in Australia is actually educate people how much waste disposal and recycling actually costs. And it's a very difficult conversation to have. You get a rates bill, and it's inclusive, and even where there's sort of a segregation, some councils now do a segregation of how much your waste costs, the component of that. But again, we're not including the externalities. We've been very cost driven. It's a very difficult conversation to have at the moment, with cost of living pressures being so very high, not only in Australia, but across the world, with energy costs and other issues. So it's a difficult conversation to have, but the longer we put it off, the harder it becomes.
Exactly. Great. Okay, thank you to all of our speakers today. We will leave it there. I will just a couple of points in passing. We've got our another part of this workshop tomorrow. We're going to talk about extended producer responsibility, which has been raised today. And we're also going to be talking about advanced recycling, because that, and while the answers aren't all technological, and I agree, Mr. Anthony, there is a need to be able to apply processes to rapidly and commercially scale up the harvesting and the processing of waste plastic, end-of-life plastic, to stop it going to landfill, stop it going to the oceans, and avoid it being burnt and put up into the atmosphere if possible. So I will leave it there. Pak Aslam, I think over to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Craig, for moderating the engaging presentations and discussion on waste collection and handling and materials resource recovery. Before we end this evening, thank you again for your participation, and we look forward to having you tomorrow at 1:30 p.m. Malaysia time or 3:30 p.m. Australian time. Thank you and have a good evening, everyone.